Hello, everybody. I am Salivor the Butler, and I welcome you to the Butler's Chambers. Hi, everybody. Gore right off the bat with the lurk. Oh my goodness. Enjoy your lurk, Gore. Enjoy your lurk. Hi. Oh my goodness, it has been a day with my allergies. If you hear me muting suddenly, it is because I am sneezing my brains out. It's me, Bandit. I'm the cutie butler on the screen. Oh god, that felt so terrible to say. Oh my goodness. I never thought I'd be so, willing to say that just out loud. Okay, let's get off of that. Oh my goodness. Nah, I bet it did. I will hydrate, thank you. Excuse me 1 second, real quick. Oh, hell yes, they are, Bandit. Oh, hell yes, they are. Hold on. Window had to be closed. Bleh. Yes, there's my Discord. Bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Allergies suck. Aw, I'm glad, Arca. You know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. It's gonna take me like 1 second with this. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, camera on. There we go. Okay, I should be moving more stably now. Wonderful. Okay, so today's stream was going to be a combo stream of reaction videos and ERBS. Unfortunately, the event that would have required me to play a crap ton of ERBS is currently in question due to a couple events. I don't want to go too into length, but yeah, it's looking less and less likely that the tournament's gonna happen. So instead, we're just gonna cut the ERBS out because I didn't plan another game. And I don't want to play a long form game for like 2 hours and then just switch to reaction videos. With ERBS, I can stop when a game stops. With most other games that I play, that's not the case. So instead, we're just going to do reaction vids today. Actually, is that a tag I can do? No, of course not. That would be convenient. No, I think I'm good. Okay, so I'm gonna get the first one set up. And let's get started with that, shall we? Oh, wait, no, we're not doing it on this account. No. Hold on. I just remembered. We're not doing it on this account. Hold on. There we go. We're good now. Give me just 1 second here. Window capture. There we go. We are ready. Are you ready, Chad? There we go. Everything should be good now. No, I don't want to move that, but thank you. This is what I want to move. Thank you. Okay, let's put chat down here. I thought I changed that. It didn't seem to work. Oh well. Worst case scenario, chat's gonna hide away for a little bit. Can you tell that I haven't really done a ton of streaming with this particular setup for the gaming portion? I can't. Oh my goodness. Okay. Eating on the Royal Caribbean Part 1. So this is like a cruise line, I'm guessing. Oh, wait. One more thing I need to do. Hold on. Before we do this, I need to change the audio source so you don't hear it twice. Here we go. I'm gonna Excuse me, sir. What the fuck are you doing here? Do I still have like a display capture? What the? Oh, I do. Yeah, I'm sorry. That needs to go away. Oh, God. What a way to start a week. Scuff. Scuff off the bat. Okay. Now we're ready. All right. That is a fucking gigantic bear. Also, it's so weird to see cruises running again. Mainly because, you know, there was a time where cruises were basically a breeding ground for COVID and everyone was just like, stay the fuck away. Ooh. Ice cream. It's starting to get hot around here, so the idea of ice cream. I checked my notification and all it said was, Yep. I'm like, what's a good notification for, like, reaction videos on a stream? Especially if they're going to be food. Microwave noises. Ooh. Don't know quite about the toppings, but I don't think I'd do that. No. I could not do all that. So yes, my notification today is Oh my goodness, that looks like too much. That looks like way too much. Are you telling me there's just a tray of berries you could just dine on? Yo. I would snack on those blackberries so fucking quickly. Blackberries are my favorite fruit. Oh, especially the sour ones. The small bites. Okay, so I see like olives, like ceviches almost. Those look like ceviches. Like deviled egg without the shit ton of paprika I'm used to. Shrimp cocktail. Like those twirly breadsticks you get at the grocery store. And don't know what this is because it's not in frame. Is that like a caprese salad? Or supposed to be a caprese salad? All right, so we're getting no explanation onto what any of these are. That's wonderful. My first deviled egg. It's not the best one to be your first, believe me. I'm used to deviled eggs being like covered in paprika. So like red as hell. Oh, yo, they got the tall cans of Sprite. Oh. Okay, chat. So my model is basically behind a green chroma screen. Or in front of a green chroma screen so that it appears transparent. There's one side effect to this, and I just realized it. The sprite is vibrant and green on my screen and almost black on your end. Oh no. The problem is literally no color combination I could do fixes this. I could literally do a ton of things. Oh yeah, these look a lot like brighter on my end. Those San Pellegrino bottles. Oh no. Is this going to be a permanent fun thing? Or can I remove that filter from the window capture? Oh. I know why it's there. Hold on. I can fix this. I have the power. Hold on. A couple clicks. Yes. Close. I'm going to have to redo that. But at least now... Yeah, we got green. We have green, chat. We have returned to the colors. Also, I don't know how people can just drink plain seltzer water. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I'm not brave enough to do it. Passion fruit and ooh, minty. Yo, just champagne chilling in. Okay. Moet and Chandol. Oh yeah, definitely do that there. Don't do that in your room. You're staining everything. Yes, clap for green. We have green again, chat. I forgot that I had to chroma key for Aya's model. So now we have to go back and fix that. Yo, that donut's looking sus. That donut don't look too good. Oh, is this just bagels and lox? With like smoked salmon? This is like a pretty damn good breakfast, if I remember correctly. Yogurt and a bowl of fruits and granola. Also a pretty standard breakfast I would have during the times when I was doing like diets and stuff. But I have to admit, pretty fucking tasty. Another favorite was those oats where you would like soak them for an entire day. Those were pretty damn good as well. Ooh, oh, come on. No. No. No, when I get eggs Benedict, that shit better be running. That better be like a soft-boiled egg. That shit better be near raw. That's like hard-boiled. No. No. Could you imagine the disappointment when they cut that open and the yolk didn't run? They're just standing there going like, where'd yolk go? Where did the yolk go? Where's the yolk? Oh, right, I forgot. If I click anything on the fucking number thing, it automatically jumps forward. So I have to figure out where we are now. But I'm going to do that one more time. Hold up. Okay. We're here. Oh, but girl... Oh, hold on. I'm crying now. I don't mean to be crying, chat. I'm sorry. We're at about here. There we go. We're good. I would be so angry. I'd be so upset. Oh, that looks right on the left side. It was good and edible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I'm paying, how much is a cruise? Like if I'm paying a stupid amount of money to be out on the ocean, that shit better be perfect. I'm sorry. That's like going to Disneyland, where that's an expensive ass trip. Like going to Disneyland and being served a raw turkey leg. Like, I'm sorry, I'd bitch and moan. I'm not usually that person. I'm usually the person who's like, oh, it's okay, I'll eat it anyway. No, if I'm spending a lot of money, that shit better be right. I'm sorry. That yolk better be bleeding. That's what I want. That right there is exactly what I want. Okay, this looks see, take off this like bacon, take off the sausage, replace it with more of that corned beef hash. And that would be my perfect breakfast. Corned beef hash done crispy, done like crispy. I'm talking like fried in a pan until it's dark brown on one side and then flipped like a patty and then done again. Do it that style and I will be happy as can fucking be. That is my ideal breakfast. I do not care how much sodium is in that thing. It is delicious. It does not matter the sodium count. I will chow that down. Also, those potatoes are too fancy for their own good. How much food did you order? Excuse me? Okay, though frittatas are pretty damn good. Yeah, the corned beef looks cold. I would much rather have that shit like basically burnt. Like right before burnt. Hold on, real quick. I'm going to be right back. My allergies are going insane right now. So I'm just going to grab something to like blow my nose and be right back. Okay, I am back. Jesus. That was annoying. I swear I took an allergy pill this morning. And it has already failed. So if it gets worse, I might have to go get more. Oh well. That won't be the end of the world. Ooh, that shit looked good. That butter do not. That butter look shit. Did Harry Potter's stick, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. See, I can't like dock this any points because the thought of really crispy bread sounds damn good. Ooh, that sounds way better though. Like scallops and a really flavorful sauce and some really soft bread. Hell yes, give that to me. Cilantro fish soup. Honestly, if you had put this in front of me and asked me what it was, I would have literally said like egg drop soup with parsley. That, wow, that's really fine fish. Oh, because there's egg in it. I haven't had fish in a long while, so I don't know how that would taste. It's not that I don't like fish, it's that by the time I'm at a seafood place, I'm not thinking of fish. I'm usually thinking of like crab or like shrimp, scallops. I'm usually not in the mind for fish. A strong, wait, sorry, what is this? I missed that because I was talking. Hold on. Ah, no, thank you. No, 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 no. I've had liver before. It is not my forte. It is not my thing. That, though, might be. Seafood velouté. Shrimps, grilled scallops, fennel, and caviar topped with cream sauce. Interesting. You have my attention. That looks like way too much sauce. That's basically a soup. Also, I'm sorry, but in a soup-like setting, I understand the presentation, like, is key. Take the damn shrimp tails off. I don't want to do that myself. Do it for me, please. I'm lazy. Do it for me. Take them shrimp tails off. Buffalo mozzarella, cheese, tomato, and fresh basil. Okay. I love this woman in the corner who has to know she's in a YouTube video of some kind. And yet she is still knitting away. What a fucking champion. I wish I had. Some people eat shrimp tails. I know that. And I know people who eat shrimp shells as well. The thing is, I'm not brave enough to try it. Because like with my family, we don't. You remove the shrimp tail, you put it in a little bowl, and then we dispose of those later. I've never had the fucking cojones to actually eat the shrimp tail. I've heard it could be good, and it adds a nice crunch. I've just never tried it. Usually, I'll just remove it. Or what I'll do in that case, if it's covered in like a sauce, is I'll take it to the side and cut the shrimp tail off. Which I know leaves meat, but at least I'm not eating the shrimp tail. I should honestly try it someday, but that would require bravery on my part, which I don't have. No, 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 I am a coward. Ooh. Yo, I'm sorry. What drinks are going to be more than $12? I'm sorry. That's a meal. If you're paying $12, that better be the damn best liquor you got. Ooh. Margaritas are so good. I haven't had one in such a long time. I need to get like an actual good margarita done. I need to go to a bar someday and get the cocktails I miss. Ooh. Is beefy. Very beefy. Is thick. You just said 3 words that got my attention immediately. Blackened Cajun chicken, let's go. Yo, I love Cajun food so much. Cajun food is the best, in my opinion. Just give me a bowl of jambalaya or gumbo and I will be a happy fucking bean. Pineapple rum barbecue ribs. I've never tried this, but it sounds tasty. Oh, pigeon peas. I'm like, I thought that said pigeon peace. Like, y'all just eating pigeon in your rice? I have never. Ooh, that looks good. That looks really good. Chat, that's my dream dessert. That is my favorite thing. Honestly, that or blackberry cheesecake. Just that, if I only had one option for dessert or sweet things in my entire life, it would be that. I would just want this cheesecake. Just drip feed it directly into my fucking vein. I don't care. That's what I want. Dessert wise, that's perfect. Although I'm wondering with the shape, do they just cook a giant cheesecake in a baking sheet? In which case, bring that to me, not the tiny piece. All right, this is a pretty classic dessert. This is all right. I like this one. Not as much as the cheesecake, but I like that one. Floating island. What? Meringue on vanilla cream sauce topped with spun caramelized sugar? I'd need a little color on that meringue for my taste, but otherwise, not bad. Not bad. That the problem is I've been watching like MasterChef and stuff like that because YouTube recommends it to me, and anytime I see spun sugar, I automatically think of overly expensive food. A cafe open for breakfast and yes. Yes. Okay, even the salad looks good. Even the salad looks good. I'd eat that. It looks pretty good. Juice. In the old tradition of sailing and eating fruit, there is a Nestle Vitality dispenser on this cruise ship. That jello looking rough. That jello looking rough. It has seen better days. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Dead. It has died. And probably pretty good, actually. Is that like a horseradish sauce on the side of it? I cannot do root spices for some reason. I can do chilies like a champion. I cannot do root spices. Wasabi and horseradish kill me. But they have just what I like. Broken jello. Oh, there's a part 2. Okay. Oh, wait. No, this is a different video. We need to go back. Sorry. We need to go back. There was a part 1. We need that video. But before we do that, I will be right back. Because my nose will not stop fucking hell. So I'm going to go take another allergy pill and hope that kills this. I will be right back. Technical difficulties. The red thing on the stream is hard to see. The red thing on my mic is not. I should honestly remember to mute my microphone. I unmuted my model, which doesn't mean anything. We're back to the video. I've never been on a cruise ship before. I was saying 2.8K is kind of fucking expensive for a cruise to nowhere. And now we have fruit. Amen. And Earl Grey pudding? Pudding? I don't know. I've never had it. I can't judge. Cabin minibar. Always a favorite. Coffee and tea is refilled daily. Complimentary snack. Oh, they're complimentary. I'm used to the hotel ones where you can't touch that or you're getting charged. Like if they see it moved, they'll like charge you out the ass. Ooh, sweet. That sounds good. Yo, bottled Heineken, let's go. Actually, I don't like beer all that much, so I don't care for it. We will be very refreshed on this cruise. AKA, we're getting drunk. Oh, a warm towel sounds wonderful at the moment. Also some tea. Some tea would be nice. I have tea, but it is cold. Because it is hot as balls outside. For me, at least. For other people, it'd probably be moderate. But it's getting close to the 80s, and I don't like it. Like, keep it 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and I will be fine. Or around, like, 20 degrees Celsius. I'd like a cool towel right now. No, my face would probably like a warm towel with all the allergy shit I've been going through. Cold towel, though, would be nice as well to cool me off. Deep fried bean curd. Oh, with seafood. Okay. I was like, if that's just bean curd, why? Ooh, watermelon juice. So Peking duck, okay. Wonderful, wonderful dish. I love Peking duck. That looks delicious. That really does. Oh, I thought he was gonna go like... I don't know why. I don't know why. I thought he was gonna go like full on like, and here's the airplane. Noom. Just fucking throw it in his mouth. I don't know why I thought that, but I thought he was gonna just like tenderly bring the chopsticks to his mouth. Here you go, buddy. Here's your Peking duck. Straight to your face. Straight to your face. There we go. Shrimp. Shrimp, 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 shrimp. Get the veggies out of here. Just give me shrimp. Oh my god, how much food did you order? So the Peking duck meat got turned into a black pepper sauce dish. The skin got turned into the pancakes. Honestly, understandable, and I think that's wonderful. Braised black mushroom with abalone? I've honestly never had abalone, but from the clients who have, apparently it's very delicious. I don't know much about it myself. Very appealing to the Asian palate. Okay. I love Asian food, but I wouldn't exactly call what I have an Asian palate. Okay, see, yeah, that's how I eat my shrimp. Like, completely deshelled. No shell. I what? It's like a pumpkin soup with like seafood inside it or something? So, the kitchen and the palace. I do like an open kitchen. I like seeing where my food is made. Mostly because I watch Kitchen Nightmares and I see how disgusting some kitchens can be. I don't want it. I don't want it, chat. No. A mocktail. Aw. Come on, just one shot of tequila. One shot of tequila in that thing and be so much better. Bakute. So it's an herbal soup with pork, tofu, puffs, mushrooms, and meatballs. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that. That sounds delicious. Bleh. My body hates me. Why would you eat a bitter jelly if you have to then get something to make it better? Then just don't eat the bitter jelly. Soft boiled eggs with bacon, mushroom, and hash brown. Yo, okay. That would be a pretty good breakfast. But isn't that basically like a full English breakfast almost, except for the tomato? I wish I could have coffee. I can't anymore, but I wish I could. Okay, that's not a soft boiled egg. That's a fucking egg jelly, and I love it. Others may find this too raw for their liking. It's a little soft compared to like what I'm used to. I guess it's an acquired taste, probably. I've just never had it before, so I can't imagine liking it. But for someone who's had it before, it's probably a pretty damn good dish. Yeah, don't eat eggs Benedict like that. No, your shirt will be gone. Yeah, knife and fork. It's the only way. No. Don't bring it up to your mouth and eat it. That's asking for a bad time. A lot of the food that I'm saying I probably don't understand just means I haven't tried it yet. If I tried it, I'd probably like it, or I'd probably find something redeeming about it. It's just it's not here where I live. Like there's nowhere I know of where you can get that. So I've just never had it. So I know I'm not like well versed on food. I know there's so many food things that I have no concept or idea what that would taste like. And if I say stuff like, "Oh, I don't know if I'd like that," or this or that, it usually just means I don't know enough about it to say I'd like it. Okay, that actually looks like legit deviled eggs though on the bottom tray. even if it's in like a tart config. Yeah, I have unfortunately not tried everything, even though I wish I could, because food is amazing. And I am adventurous when it comes to food, but there's limits to my adventurousness. So is that like a crumpet or biscuit with butter and jam? Ooh, that sounds good. Savory mini bites. So these are like mini tarts done in like a mini muffin tin or cupcake tin. Okay. And the sweet mini bites. So they're savory and they're sweet. Okay. Honestly, I would try that. I would try that in a heartbeat. That looks pretty damn good. Prime steak. Are we getting steak chat? And seafood? And seafood? Yo! Of course. The hand sanitizer. Oh, it's hand washing, so it's like soapy. Okay, I've not seen that before. I'm so used to, especially around here, seeing the automatic hand sanitizing stations where it's just like uh alcohol-based hand sanitizer. I've never seen this. This is advanced. Honestly, not unwelcome though. There are so many times I go into a restaurant and I immediately head to the restroom to wash my hands. So if that's a thing that survives through this pandemic, please allow it. I want that. That bread looks so good. And with some like smoked salmon or like smoked whatever protein that is, it looks so good. Okay, standard like farmer salad. I don't know if I'd like the raw tomatoes, but that's just a personal thing. Otherwise, nothing offensive. Singapore sling. Okay, I know what Moscato is. I definitely know what Moscato is. Moscato is pretty much the only wine us butlers are allowed to drink in the mansion. I've seen stations to wash hands outside buildings, but that looks especially fancy. Yeah, it does. It looks like full service almost. Like it just does everything for you. It depends. It dispenses like soapy water. It dispenses a towel after you're done. Oh, is that like the good shrimp? I think it's called like mantis or pissing shrimp, I believe. But every channel that has it is like, oh my god, amazing, you should get this. Or is that just a lobster and I'm an idiot? Sorry, I had to do something real quick and it required the mic to be muted. Okay. Oh, it's a half-baked lobster. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm used to like Maine lobsters or Pacific lobsters. I'm not used to this style. But honestly, I think Americans don't use the innards of seafood enough. Like I actually had legit crab served Asian way, and it's so much better than Western crab because the innards like make an amazing fried rice afterwards. And like Americans won't do shit with them; they throw them out. And it's like, no, that shit good. Eat it. Eat the innards of the, seafood. It's delicious. Deep fried wings. I know, we do. I can't even defend it. No, we do. Yeah. If you watch um certain things and you'll be like, why is that being thrown away? Why are you throwing away the shells? I can make a stock. Why are you throwing this away? Yeah, Americans throw away too much shit. Yeah. Especially good tasting shit. We throw away good tasting stuff. We just don't know what to do with it because we've never learned from, people who do know what to do with the shit. And that's a shame. To be continued. All right, are we going to have the link to the second video in here? Come on. Do the link thingy. Also, who's going on a water slide in the rain? Usually during the rainy season here, all of our water parks shut down. They are only open during the summer. So if you want to do water park any other time of the year, good luck finding one that's open. You won't. It's not here. Hold on, it might be in the recommended. It is in the recommended. Wonderful. Yeah. 2.8. Oh, I'm so bad at racing games. Oh my god, I'm so bad at them. I never had a racing wheel as a kid, except for Mario Kart Wii, which didn't really require one. So honestly, I would be so terrible at that. I'd be hitting the walls constantly. Okay, this is the most standard breakfast you can get, I believe. It's still wonderful. I still love my, Cocoa Puffs and childish cereals, but it's pretty standard. Now this, on the other hand, sounds amazing. Honestly, there's a hot pot place near me that allows you to put the fried dough in the hot pot, and I have to say that is a fucking treat. Because what it does is soaks all that broth up, and it's wonderful. But I've never had it sweet before. Yeah, croissants. Croissants are pretty good. Dry bitaimak. This rice flour noodle is also known as rat noodle because it's shaped like a rat. Okay, that's reasonable. I'm as long as there's no rat in this, we're good. But if it's just shaped off a rat's tail, you know what? Go for it. Ooh, fish balls are just wonderful as well in hot pot. I'm looking at these and just thinking of hot pot because I miss it. I miss hot pot and Korean barbecue. I need to go back and do those. My state's reopening in a couple weeks now, I believe. So I'm really looking forward to going back to those kind of restaurants. Chat. I summoned it into being. I talked about hot pot so much that the fucking hot pot appeared on the cruise ship. I wish. I'm allergic to ginger, and now that I know that, I can't get this. Oh, and they make the sauce for you? Yo. Although, honestly, I like making that myself. I like doing my own thing with the sauce. The thing is, I watched a ton of Mikey Chen and, like, Simply Dumpling. So, um, I'm so used to making like the two sauce method where it's basically the really traditional sauce and then just the smorgasbord sauce where you put everything you love into one sauce. So I'm so picky in particular, I'd want to do it myself. Honestly, not a bad meat set. Is that like fish cake, the fried thing? Oh, I see konjac. That's wonderful. I do wonder if you can just grab the fried dough and bring that with you. Yep. I can just smell this and it smells wonderful to me right now. Just honestly, with allergies, especially, the idea of really spicy food is extremely appealing. So, like, an extremely spicy, like a full on fucking spicy hot pot sounds wonderful right now. To just clear my sinuses out and just, make me feel better. I do not care what season it is right now. Please give me spicy food. Ooh, shiitake mushrooms. Honestly, mushrooms in general, I think I know some people don't like it. Yeah. Spicy food's good any season, definitely. There's a Mongolian barbecue joint, which is basically a make your own noodle dish with like a dry noodle dish with your choice of meat, your choice of veggies, your choice of sauce. Yeah, I load mine with chili garlic sauce and hot oil because I know that no matter what kind of fatty meat I get, that spice is going to cut right through it and it's going to be delicious. Although I will say, the dried like chilies and chili garlic sauce. Please keep the chat to English only, please. I only speak that language. Thank you. More warm bread. More warm bread. Oh yeah, it's super fancy, but it's to keep the bread hot. Ooh, clam. Clams are wonderful. Like clam chowder here is the biggest soup. And I just love it. Ooh. Ooh, yes, 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 yes. I do love an open kitchen because I do like to make sure that that shit actually clean. So is that like rack of lamb and like fillet or I'm not, I'm white as can be, but I can handle my spice. Like spicy stuff all the time, please. Ooh, yes, the perfect cooking of steak. The perfect way to cook a steak. Mm. Oh, you can tell she's happy. Uh oh, what was the good news? No, go back to the announcement. What was the good news? Come back. What was the good news? Guess we won't know what the good news was. Lamb. Oh my god. Lamb is so underrated here. Like there's not a big focus on lamb in the US except if you go to like really fancy restaurants. But if you know where to go, lamb is fucking delicious. Like I think if we're talking in like importance of meat in the US, it pretty much goes beef, chicken, pork, lamb for like the land animals. And that's sad because the lamb is delicious. I will talk about the Mongolian barbecue restaurant where I can get lamb thinly sliced in a very spicy manner, and oh my god, is it delicious! Honestly, yes. Give lava cake, please. Mango, yo, okay. This will probably be fire. 100% this will be fire. I swear, I changed that chat box. Is the old one showing up? Hmm. I thought I changed the chat box. That annoys me. I thought I changed it to white so it would actually contrast, but no, apparently I didn't. SMH. I might need to just get a thing for the chat box is what I might have to do. Ooh, bok choy is wonderful. I mostly have it in soups, but honestly, it's pretty damn good. Sweet and charred. Okay. I was wondering how this would play out, honestly, but it looked good. Yeah, I agree. Bok choy with oyster sauce does sound pretty good. And honestly, wonton soup is pretty much like amazing no matter where you go. You can go to like the worst like Chinese or Asian restaurant and get the wonton soup. It'll probably be good. I would probably like it. I hear my like friends rave on about Chinese sausage and how I need to try it, but I just haven't yet. Haven't had an opportunity to get like the good stuff. Aw. No, don't say no to ice cream. Ice cream is always necessary and needed. I know damn well they would fill that entire bowl if you did not ask for a small. They would have filled up that entire like chalice or goblet or whatever it's called in this on this cruise ship. And we disembark from our 3-day trip to the middle of the ocean. We're going to pull this entire 14-ton cruise ship with this tiny rope. And somehow, due to the laws of physics and bullshit, this is going to work. I promise you. Also, probably a thing on the cruise ship to actually move it to the side. Because I see the water currents moving and... Oh, it's the moorings. Okay. Let's watch this. Because teppanyaki sounds amazing. Oh, it's on a cruise. Of course it is. Of course it is. I think I'm gonna hide chat for now. I'm gonna figure out what to do with that chat box tomorrow while I have off. To actually get it working. Doing good. All right, let's see if he does the obligatory throwing of the instruments and twirling. Nope. Okay, we're skipping past that. We're going straight to the good shit. Yes, all that garlic. Please. All of that garlic. Please and thank you. Are they not going to do the onion volcano that like every Benihana's does? Also, I've never sauteed green onion before. I usually add that on top after. Okay, asparagus, pretty good. Oh, that's the enoki. You only get like shiitake at like a lot of teppanyaki places, not enoki or oyster. This is so many more wonderful mushrooms that I love. I hope they already got rid of like the really tough part of that asparagus. Like I know they prepped some of this, but when I saw him cut off that one part, it scared me for a second. Yes, add more, please. Oh, that spinach is going to be gone in like half a second here. Yes. It might not be shrimp tails, but oh well. Ooh, all of these veggies look so good. Yes, more garlic. Add more garlic. Even if it's in the butter, add more garlic. What's happening to that garlic on the side there? Is it just roasting on the bottom without being moved? That's uh gonna do anything? Is that garlic? What is that? What's that above my head? So soy sauce. Those veggies be looking fire. They look so good. I will gladly eat those. That looks amazing. Although I'm still wondering what's chilling on the side there. Like, we never get that level of teppanyaki vegetables at the place I go to. Like, you're lucky to get onions and zucchini. That's it. Ooh, yes, fried rice. My favorite. My favorite thing. It is A, super easy to make, and B, you can basically just throw any meat in there and it works. I have thrown spam and kimchi. I have thrown old steak. I've thrown in chicken. No matter what you throw into a fried rice, it's probably going to be delicious. I would not have expected this man to be singing that song. But honestly, he does it well. Good for him. I love this man. I'm waiting for the thing where he catches it on the side and makes a heart or whatever. There we go. There we go. Yes. I think that. Oh wait. Well, is this like a flower? Hold on. We added a twist to the formula. We added, we added some extras. That's pretty as hell. But that's gonna cook so fast. That's pretty cool though. That's pretty talented. Honestly, good for that man. I cannot imagine the training that must have gone into that. Yeah, look at how overcooked that egg is. Oh my god. Ah. I love a good show, but the food better be good as well. I'm scared that egg's gonna be well done. I'm talking like burnt. Ah, he got eggshell in it. How dare he? Oh, so he's gonna make it like a pancake, put it over the top of it, and then cut it up. That'll fucking wake you up. That loud sound of like this plastic thing hitting the steel, that'll wake you up. We once again launch the pepper and salt. It is necessary. This is a necessary task. Oh no, he's gonna roll it like an omelet almost. Okay, it's not burnt. It's a bit crispy, but it's not burnt. So that's a good thing. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Oh my god. Okay, that's one way to do it. I have never seen that before. That's actually pretty cool. I'm impressed, honestly. Not only is this man mad talented, but like, that's pretty cool. Although, can you imagine being like a cabin below this, if that's a like thing in the ship, and just hearing all day that sound? Like you want to take a midday nap and all you hear is like I couldn't imagine. All right, so sesame seed, I'm guessing. And MSG or something like that. Garlic. Yes. Add garlic. Garlic is so tasty. Garlic is my favorite. It needs a bit of sauce for color, but I think he's going to add that pretty soon. Hopefully he's adding that very soon. So spring onions, okay. Oh, so that wasn't sesame seeds earlier. Then what was that he put on? Because he already put on salt and pepper. I can maybe like a spice blend or something. Who knows? There we go. There's the soy sauce. There's my favorite, like flavor profile of a fried rice. That's what I'm looking for. Have no idea what that is. Hmm. Yes, put this directly into my stomach. Oh, we're shaping this into a shape. I wonder what it could be. Okay, my phone's going nuts next to me. I'm gonna go throw that on my bed real quick to shut that up. Oh, amazing. It is a heart. I've seen this at like every teppanyaki restaurant I've been to. Hello. It's beaten. Look at it go. Oh, that looks so good. That honestly looks amazing. Agreed, Arca. Agreed. Okay, I've never had salmon at a teppanyaki restaurant, though. That probably is going to be very delicious, though. Scallops, yeah. Chicken, yeah. Beef, yeah. Never salmon or fish in general, in that matter. But that's probably going to be really tasty. Are they going to, like, butter cook the salmon? Yes, please. Oh, and some lemon to... Come on. Oh, wait, I just said the phrase. I know what we're watching after this. we have to continue the theme of last week where I gushed over steak. We have to do that again. Oh, that's so buttery and flaky. Oh my goodness, that looks so good. I'm a big fan of skin on salmon, but that looks pretty damn good as well. I'm doing pretty well, Sad Player. How are you doing? Is that like filet, or I'm guessing it's filet. Usually at places like this, it's either sirloin or filet. Okay, looking at how that fell apart, that's filet. That's 100% filet. Sirloin would not be that tender. Ah, dear Yashika, thank you so much for the raid of 5. Thank you, thank you. I'm Salavoy the Butler, and I welcome you all to the Butler's Chambers. We are watching some food videos today and enjoying ourselves. I hope you have a wonderful time here. Let me shout you out real quick. How was your stream? How did everything go? Oh, you were playing It Takes Two. Ah, wonderful. I need to collab with someone on that game. I want to play it. It looks so much fun from what I've seen of it. That's no grill. Where's the charcoal? Oh, it's teppanyaki. So it's like a big griddle. Oh, Rock Princess 93. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Butler's Chambers, and I hope you have a wonderful time. Oh, and if you're looking... Gat and Noob, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Butler's Chambers. I hope you have a wonderful time while you're here. If you're looking for charcoal grill, you might want to pay attention to the next channel. Yeah. It is filet. Filet is so tasty. But it's so freaking expensive. Like, it's a wonderful, wonderful meat. It costs so much money. Also, the sauces at these kind of places are usually banging. Yeah, honestly, I do need to get someone together to play It Takes Two. I want to try that game out so badly. Right? I'm so glad I had something to eat before this, or else I'd be, like, rushing off to go get food. Yeah, teppanyaki is amazing. I love teppanyaki. Are those all matcha? Oh my god, I'm a sucker for matcha desserts. Seishi Breaker, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome by the Butler Chambers, and I hope you have a wonderful time here. Oh my goodness, that looks so good. It does. I am a sucker for matcha desserts. Like, matcha powder on cheesecake is amazing to me. With, like, fruit, oh my god. Killer. It's killer. It's amazing. Ooh, come on. All right. I said a phrase earlier that reminded me of a channel. So we're gonna step away from here for a second and head over there. So there's a certain video I wanted to see that we didn't get to do last time we were here. Oh yeah. Yes, go get some dinner, dear. Can I just call you Yashika? Get you some good dinner. We need to go back to our champion, our king. How did I not know about this channel? Oh, you're going to want to check this out after you're done. Please check out all the channels we watched today. But, yeah. This is Guga Foods. This is a Brazilian man who makes steaks the best way I've seen. He can also do pretty much every meat amazing. Oh, your channel. Oh, I thought you were talking about the one we were watching. I people discover things in all sorts of mysterious ways. How come you got all this meat? Yo, he has a supplier. He has a dude he goes to get this stuff. He also gets like A5 Wagyu on the regular. And I'm like, yo, hook me up. Like, I know I can't afford it. I know I can't afford it, but I want it. Oh, it was a ton. But if you're doing a video like this, like, it's going to pay itself off. It's going to pay off the price, hopefully. Yes. Butter basting is amazing. It is my favorite way to cook steak. Although I usually don't use like regular store butter, I usually use like clarified ghee or butter. Yeah, and they were like all ribeyes, which aren't a cheap steak. Like, ribeyes can cost up to like $20 if you get them at a restaurant. And he's going to throw this one in the dishwasher. That's a ribeye he's just put in. It does. It's medium. Yeah, it's like a perfect medium. That's weird. Yeah, very. I don't think I would trust my dishwasher to get that hot. My dishwasher's an old one. But yeah, add a crust to that, and that's probably going to be amazing. Yeah, that's a perfect medium steak. I like medium rare, but this would do. I bet. Because sous vide steak is wonderful. I just don't have a sous vide cooker at home, or I would do it more often. There it is, Gat Noob. You were talking about it earlier. There's your charcoal. It does. It looks amazing. Yo, this guy literally put food in a deep fryer and somehow made it look incredible. Like, he just chucked a whole pork belly, like a whole chunk of pork belly into like 375-degree Fahrenheit oil. And that shit looked amazing. Hot water runs out about 75 C, so dishwasher cooking is smart. I mean, yeah, true. It's not cold. It's just my dishwasher's old and my hot water heater is I don't trust it. It's more, I don't trust my setup to do it. I trust his setup to do it. It's one humble hot water heater trying to heat up a mansion. It can only do so much. Here we go. That's like a perfect crust. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That shit looked good. I have to say, that shit looked good. Oh yeah, the horror, having to cook 3 more steaks. See, the only deep fried steak I can think of ever having is like a chicken fried steak, where you get like a cheap steak and like coat it in batter and cook it that way. I would just steal the big piece and oh god, that reminds me. Chad, have you ever seen that video of like an Asian buffet where a man takes like a couple crab legs, puts it on a plate, puts down the plate of crab legs, and takes the entire rest of the thing. Yeah, this does look amazing. It does look amazing. I actually, can I find that video real quick? Nah, look for it later. But like, I'm just imagining Get Noob doing that, where it's basically like he cuts off a couple thin slices of steak and then just takes the giant hunk for himself. For themselves, yeah. Oh, definitely. Especially if it's like marinated like a carne asada. Like, yeah, do it that way. Looking for that asterisk clip, it's the same thing but with a cake. I think I've seen what you're talking about, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, it looks perfect on the inside, but yeah, it looks a bit uneven. I mean, it probably is going to be delicious. It's just, I've never tried it before. Okay, Google just told me to. Google, I guess, told me to try it. No. No, 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 no. No. That's how you get a giant gray band on your steak. Yeah, no, it's not amazing. All the juices run off onto that plate you put underneath it. All the flavor has run out of that thing because it's a health product. It will not. No. No. Unless that is thin sliced and you have some hot pot broth. Like, no. Do not put beef into plain ass water that will not only rip off all the seasoning, that will rip out all the flavor. You're making a stock. The stock will probably taste better than the steak. That, no. Don't know. This is torture. This is pain. Don't boil a steak in plain water. Why? No matter what you do with it, it's going to be terrible. You can literally marinate that thing to death. It will still taste terrible. Oh, no. No. It's bland and lifeless. You fucking killed it again. Yeah, no. Is tenderness worth it in that case? Yeah, if you completely do another cooking method, yeah, you can save a boiled steak. I've seen it done on chuck for raw burger. Okay, so if you boil a steak and then cook a steak the correct way, you can save the steak. Oh, so we're going smoked low and slow? Oh, shit. Oh, and it has the red ring, too. Let's go. Although, yeah, you'd need to pan-sear it afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, the boiled steak looked pretty gross. The smoked one, it could use a pan frying afterwards to kind of get that crust on it. But otherwise, nothing too terrible. Okay, this is basically boiled in butter. This is not going to taste buttery. This is going to taste like a boiled steak. Okay, yeah, I can see that, but like, no, that looks terrible. No, because the butter, because anything water based will automatically create a cushion away from the pan. No, yeah, it's basically a boiled steak because I don't think most people realize this. Butter is like a certain percentage fat. It's mostly water. It's mostly water. When you're making clarified butter, like you get at a good seafood restaurant, what you're doing is boiling the water out of it. So if you did that with like ghee or clarified butter, it'd probably be a bit better. It wouldn't be amazing, it would be a bit better. Yeah, it looks like they took it home and left it in the fridge for a couple days, if you know what I mean. Like, it looks grayed, not because it cooked. It looks grayed because you left it out a couple days too late. And it's starting to, like, brown. Yeah, clarified butter, unless it's clarified butter, you're basically boiling the steak. So basically, this is boiled steak part 2 with a tiny bit of fat, but not much else. No. All the flavor's been washed out of it. Yeah. Uh, yeah, for 4 whole sticks of butter, you could have done so much more with that. Okay, so we're doing broiled. I have done this in desperation before with cheaper steaks like flank. I've never done this with an expensive steak. With thin steaks like flank, this does wonderfully. Just a little bit of a pan to get a sear. No, you're not going to get a good crust. You have to pan sear it after. But it will cook the steak to perfection. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have to throw it in a pan after. No. Mm-hmm. You have to get a crust on there. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're doing like a carne asada or like what I usually do is I'll like marinate a big old thing of flank steak with like soy sauce and a couple spices and different seasonings and just basically make a big old thing for rice bowls. And that's how I cook it is I basically broil it and then pan fry it. And it's wonderful. It tastes incredible. I wouldn't say the boiled steak looked good, but pretty much everything else, yeah. I don't know about this one though. I've worked with cars in a class in my college or like high school, and I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust it as far as you threw it, especially if you have not cleaned that engine. Well, yeah, you've saved it in a heat conductor. Oh, no, no, yeah, no. It's blue rare, if anything. No. Yeah, it's called rancid. It went rancid. Mm-hmm. It'll just dissolve. Yep. We don't usually do this for steak. This is actually a classical like fish prep. Is to salt crust a fish. I don't think I've ever done this with a steak before. It'll probably be pretty damn good because the salt yeah. You're gonna have to sear it though. Guaranteed you're gonna have to sear it. No. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be pretty salty, but with a steak you kind of want it to be. Yeah. Yeah. I was about to say unless it's seared that's going to be terrible. No. Mm-mm. Yeah, I have to take the temp. Mhm. I would not do it with a steak this expensive, but man, is this a good way to have a steak. I would use this with like a sirloin that's pounded out or like a really cheap cut that's tenderized. Yep. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do this with that expensive of a steak, but this will be delicious. Like, just look at that thing. Mm-hmm. Oh, got some cheap steak that needs to be cooked. Was thinking cutting them up and making beef curry, but that's giving me ideas. Yeah, honestly, this is one of the better ways to treat a cheap steak. But honestly, beef curry does sound pretty good as well. Both sound like good ideas for that steak. No. Unless you want your shirt to smell like steak. What? How powerful is your iron, man? Like, that's pretty damn good. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Radioactive steak. Ah. It's, yeah, it's perfectly cooked to death. No. No. Because the thing is, the way a microwave cooks, we're about to get a little bit of a science lesson because I know this random fact and I've never gotten to spout it before. Basically, the way a microwave cooks is it sends out a controlled, like, form of radiation or light. Oh, yeah, some of this is very upsetting. The microwave, especially. And what it does is it forces water molecules to get really excited. So if there's any moisture, it's going to go nuts. That's why if you dare, put water in a microwave, it heats up pretty quickly. In like 3 minutes, you have a full boil. When if you put that on a stove, it's gonna take a while longer. But it's because it's attacking water molecules. So it's exciting them and heating them up, which is heating the food. So if you do that to a steak, which is full of juices like myoglobin and other things that make a steak, juicy and tender, it's going to excite those, cook the steak, and then render it out of it in the form of steam. So basically, what you have done to the steak is akin to putting the steak in a bamboo and basically a bamboo steamer and letting it go. You have rendered out all of that flavor. It has all fallen down and turned into steam. So that is going to taste lifeless. That is going to taste like a zombie. It's going to be lifeless. Guga. Guga. No. I don't care. I wouldn't eat it. Yeah, it's very overcooked, in my opinion. That's like a medium well, and no. Okay, that thicker piece is more of a, medium, but still. Oh. Oh, no. No. Yeah. And all the juices have gone into that water. Mm-hmm. I agree, crystallized obsidian. No. Yep. All of it turned into steam and went back into the water, which didn't flavor it. Which is why steamed seafood also kind of tastes the same way. Yeah. No. Yeah, because all the juices have rendered into the water. So there's no juice to the steak. There's juice on the, thing, but it's not the same. Okay, so this is basically going to be similar to the oven method with the indirect heating. Okay, so that looks almost smoked in a way, but with charcoal, that's what you'd expect. Yep. You can also do this in a kitchen with an oven and a cast iron, and it's a wonderful way to make a steak. Like, look at that. Barely any gray. A wonderful cook. Yeah. Oh, that can't be good. I'm kidding. That's fucking delicious. Oh yeah, the smoke ring's small, but it's because you didn't throw it in a smoker. Like a legit like smoker. That would scare the shit out of me. If there's like Himalayan salt crystals going all over my kitchen, I'd probably be a little terrified to try that method. Oh, you like it? Okay. I thought you were looking for like the Texas barbecue, like full on thickle red ring around the steak. Like, I'm talking like you get a legit smoker. Okay. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's skewering a whole steak. Ah. Ah. I thought he was going to do like a kebab where you cut that into cubes and put it over a skewer. No. Shockingly, cutting meat or like having a meat like a hole that's plugged does no. I have a toaster oven. I know what that's for. Do not put that steak in there. Oh wait, no, fuck. Okay, that wasn't what I was thinking. That wasn't what I was thinking. No, no. What are you doing? I thought you meant like a I thought you meant like a countertop toaster, not like for bread. I uh, that looks like tuna. Hold on, go back. That looks like tuna almost. If the like crust was lighter, I would mistake that for tuna. Oh boy. R.I.P. to our boy the steak. Oh yeah, that toaster's ruined. 100%. That toaster will not recover. No, that toaster will not recover. Could you imagine what the crumb tray looked like at the end of that? It just pulled with all the juice that came out of that steak. Yeah, that toaster's ruined. You're not doing anything else in that. Unless you want to just smell beef like burning throughout your kitchen. Yeah, horrible. I bet. Because you cooked it over like chat. This may seem weird from someone who like grew up in a mansion. I'm super picky about wine. Like anything dry. Anything dry. I cannot do. And like certain wines have way too much tannin for me, which is what makes like red wine red. And it just tastes terrible to me. It tastes just super bitter and I can't do it. I'm very picky about wine, and I cannot imagine just boiling a steak in it. I can imagine marinating a steak in wine, especially if it's a good like Pinot, but oh, 100%. No, that doesn't go away. Oh, yeah, because you're reducing it and releasing all that tannin, especially because it's a red wine, and tannin is super bitter. That's why you get the tartness of a red. Yeah, no, that's gonna taste like shit. It's okay, chat. It's going to taste like grape skins. I bet. which if you've never eaten just a grape skin on a red grape, you would know that's going to be super bitter. It's going to just taste bitter and terrible. I've honestly done this mistake. I pray for your walls. It will smell like wine. Yeah, it's a waste of wine and it's a waste of a steak. No. Yeah, okay. I will say it looks terrible. It looks so bad. Especially if it's a good wine. If it's like a cheap wine, I can maybe see it, but if it's a good wine, you're wasting wine and you're wasting a perfectly good ribeye. Like, that's not a bad cut of meat. You can do a lot with that in wonderful, wonderful ways. That's not one of them. That right there is terrible. This abomination does not belong here. Okay, we're back to the good methods. We're back to the good methods. I honestly want a sous vide machine. The big thing, though, is I just can't convince Master to get it. I've honestly said, you know, it'd be so great for the kitchen, knowing full damn well I'm going to do it myself. Just get a new dishwasher. Yeah, just get the dishwasher. All right. There are a few more videos of his I want to check out real quick. We watched that last time we were on stream. We watched that one. We watched that one. Oh, I think I watched this one off of stream. I've never even thought of dry aging a brisket. Wait, is that a heart? Yes, I have had smoked brisket. I've never smoked it myself. But smoked brisket is amazing, and I love it. Especially if it's like shredded afterwards and then just mixed with some damn good barbecue sauce. Like, oh, yes. It's my favorite. That's a porterhouse. That's like, what, 1.5 inches thick? Mm-hmm. I always love steak with bone because marrow is the most delicious thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. I now do this with pretty much every steak. Ooh, yes. I promised some folks I was going to do it, but I've never done it myself either. I mean, fair. Especially with smoking, it takes such a long time. And like brisket, I've heard can take up to like 15 hours. And if I'm spending 15 hours on something, that better be the most delicious thing I eat. Okay. Okay. Yeah. True. We can. Yes. Although we did have a debate last time because his thyme looks like rosemary and it caused so much confusion. Yes. Yep. Gonna brew some makgeolli before, so I have something to drink while waiting. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. I've only had makgeolli recently, and I will say, makgeolli is one of the few liquors that confused me until I realized I liked it. Because it's not like your conventional liquor. It has its own unique flavor. It might be because I had like a banana makgeolli. Hi, Dovikin. Oh, thank you so much for the host, also, Dovikin. It's not a liquor either? I thought it was. Because I've always heard it described as like a almost like a rice wine. I might have been confused. It's more like a cheap format sake. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I think there's some alcohol in makgeolli, isn't there? I mean, it tastes delicious, but I taste like the... Oh, right, because there's a differentiation between what's a liquor and what's... It's alcoholic. I think that's a better way to put it. It depends on the APV, I believe, if it's called a liquor or not. I would have to find the makgeolli I had, but I'm like 80, I'm like 90% sure it was alcoholic. Yeah, I think liquor here just kind of describes every alcohol. Like you would call anything that's alcoholic a liquor. But I know in some like definitions, it depends on the alcohol content. Like a whiskey would be considered a liquor, but a wine would not. Liquor would be something that was distilled, but you can go above 12% without distillation. Okay. Okay. That may be true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Above 12% local law calls it wine. Really? Wine in California, at least, where I live, is basically grape. If it's grape, it's a wine. There's like also faux champagnes because I believe champagne can only be from a certain region in France. But we do have like sparkling wines that are similar, but they're not the same grapes. Even if it's beer, which would become barley wine. Okay, I've not heard of that before, but yeah. I think pretty much in America, if it would be served in a bar, it would be called a liquor. You would need a liquor license to serve it. Yeah, that might be just local with like your region, but in California, no. Pretty much everything that's alcoholic is automatically a liquor. There's the distinction of hard liquor, which is an alcohol percentage over like 10%, I believe. Or there's something specific to for most people to call it a hard liquor. But no, pretty much anything uh served in a bar would need a liquor license, so it'd be considered a liquor. So that might be the confusion. Oh, what, Dovikin? By the way, I completely forgot to talk about this. Pork tenderloin is absolutely amazing. Wrapping it in bacon makes it so much better. Yeah. The way we used to do it, we didn't smoke it. What we did was basically slow cook it with potatoes and a couple other veggies at the bottom so that all the pork juice would drip and season the potatoes. Then we would basically just smash them down with a spatula on a like lined baking sheet and just make funny Dovikin. And I would just make like these wonderful smashed potatoes with a wonderful like porky flavor to them and well seasoned, and then just a beautifully cooked pork tenderloin wrapped in bacon. That's what we used to do, and it was amazing every single time. I loved the taste of that. Honestly, I should ask Master if we can do that again. I could really use that. Ah, very interesting. Will I be streaming on the 3rd? I might be streaming on the 3rd. I don't know. I have everything to do it. True. I think, honestly, if you have some form of housewarming party and you don't get a crock pot, like... Oh, cheeks. Okay. I was afraid that was a heart. Oh, yeah. Over charcoal or smoked, probably 100%. Honestly, I need to get a smoker is what I need to do. Yeah, no, because one of the things looked like cow heart, and that scared me. Because usually organ meat is very bloody tasting, and I can't do it. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine what cheek would taste like. I know what tongue tastes like due to like lengua, or like a Mexican prep of beef tongue, but I've never tried cheek. Although it'll probably be pretty delicious. It's cow. Oh my god, the crust on that thing. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, mirepoix, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're braising it. Yeah, no, you don't want to use your cookware for this. Mm-hmm. No. Honestly, I can see this working wonderfully, but usually lamb sauce may be coming later. Yeah, no liquids escaping this. Mm-hmm. None. Oh, shit. I mean, fair. Feed me. Put that in my mouth, please. That looks fucking incredible. That looks amazing. Oh my god. Yes. Uh, you can add cornstarch, but what's the point? Just throw it on there. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you're marrying all the flavors. It's wonderful. Neat. Yeah. Yeah. American lamb is a lot more fatty than like a New Zealand lamb, but it's also a lot more mellow of flavor. I don't mind gamey. I don't mind it at all. I love like wild boar, which is probably the gamiest of meats you can get. No, the fat will do all the work. I've watched enough Hell's Kitchen to know this is going to be bomb. Although I don't know the smoke aspect, if that's going to like overpower the lamb. Especially with like imported where the flavor's super mild. Oh, fuck. I j- I'm a fucking idiot. Chat. Chat.
As it was smoking, I made a very simple basting
Chat.
sauce. So I started with a little bit of melted butter, followed by
I've literally
shallots,
watched 3 whole
Kojigan
videos,
seasoning, which is a Korean
and I didn't see
spicy
the
chili,
fucking
garlic
desktop
paste,
audio was off.
fresh thyme, Dijon mustard, and for some
I've
acidity,
been listening to
cherry
it, and I
vinegar.
thought
Now
you
all there's
guys
left
could
to
hear
do
it
is to
too.
mix it well, and your basting sauce is ready. This will give an incredible flavor to your lamb, so make sure you apply it generously. But once 135 degrees Fahrenheit was
I try
this is
not
what
to,
I got.
you know,
And
have
as I
these
took my
himbo
first
moments, but they
slice,
just happen.
Wow.
They
I
just
respect
occur.
everybody's opinion, but to me, that is the perfect doneness for
I mean,
lamb.
true.
You are looking at an internal temperature of 135
I'm not unknowledgeable about these
Fahrenheit,
things, so
and
I
it
was
is
probably
juicy to
doing
the max. But of course, the important
okay
thing is the
commentary,
taste.
but
And check this out, everybody.
still
Come
half of it says
on,
voiceover.
That is amazing. I can't wait any longer. I gotta take the first bite. And as I did,
And also, funny enough, I've been
it's
pausing to
heavenly,
not
juicy,
ruin the audio of the
tender, a very
video
mild flavor of
when no one
smoke.
can fucking
Also,
hear
that
it.
basting
No one
developed
could
an
hear it.
incredible complex flavor. This is a wonderful lamb. But hey, we still got one more left. This one was cooked to 160 degrees Fahrenheit internally. And as you can see, it's
Oh,
still
hell
juicy,
yeah.
but not even close to the other one. You
No.
gotta keep in mind, whenever you're smoking any meat, cook it to the preferred doneness that you like. Because in the end of the day, you're gonna be eating it, and you have
Yeah.
to enjoy it. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise.
I'd want the
Cook
juicier
it
one,
however
though.
you like it. And as you can see, this one is still juicy. And as I take my first bite, wow, I really like lamb. If you've never had rack of lamb,
I've
what
seen
are
a
you
streamer
waiting
spend his
for?
full
I can
stream mic off
guarantee
and he
you
figured
will
it out.
love it, because it's
Okay, I
absolutely
have a story about
delicious.
that.
Now let's move.
So, I've been actually streaming for about 5 months now. The model's brand new, but I've been streaming for about 5 months. One of the first big collabs I did was me and a bunch of other, like, amazing VTubers all met up and did Among Us. I was trying to manage the game, a Discord call, and my stream setup on a single monitor. Which anyone who has a single monitor can tell you is a pretty fucking gargantuan task on its own right. I had, for the entire stream, the Discord call muted. So I was wondering why my viewership was super low for me. Yeah, no one could hear anyone else. They could only hear me. And when I was dead, they heard me talk about, you know, deaths that occurred or things that occurred in the call that no one else could hear. And no one told me. No one told me that the call was completely dead. I did not find out until later when I went to the VODs, because I'm like, something had to have been wrong. So I went to the VODs, and sure as shit, no one else could be heard. I almost cried. I will admit it. I almost cried. It's a funny thing I can laugh about now, but in the moment I was like, I fucked this up. I'm so bad at that. I was a mess. I was a complete mess. I'm so lucky now that my setup is 3 monitors, so I can actually like manage all the crap I have to manage. And even then, as you saw earlier, there is still scuff. I am still learning every single day. And honestly, I welcome it. I welcome learning all this new stuff because it makes me better. Like, even though that stream was an absolute disaster and I feel terrible about it. Oh, it's almost a bus, yeah. I feel terrible about how that stream went. Not only for me, but the other streamers who did stuff to make it happen. Like, I feel bad for them. But at the same time, it's a learning experience, and I realized, like, you gotta invest in a bit more. Like, get a couple monitors. Find them on Free Cycle for cheap. Do whatever you have to do. Like, figure it out. So, honestly, for that aspect, I kind of appreciate it. At the same time, I still look back at that and go, oh my god, I let that happen. All right, let's see how this whole chicken goes in the smoker.
Moving to chicken, and forget about
Honestly,
dried
chicken barbecue is as
We are
good
making juicy
as,
chicken. Now, I
like
recommend
beef
getting
or
a
pork
good
barbecue, in
chicken.
my
Let me tell you
opinion.
something, not all chickens are the same, and this one is organic. I feel like
Organic does taste better, in my opinion.
Comes ready to go.
Oh, and it's already
Yeah,
it's already spatchcocked.
I'm gonna show you my trick to make juicy chicken. And yes, there's a trick.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing we need to do is to loosen the skin from the meat. Just work your fingers carefully not to rip any of the skin.
No.
But just in case you do rip it, it's not a big deal. As you can see, it's very easy to do and it's extremely effective.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna be doing the same thing that we did
It
with
looks
our steak,
horrific,
and that is to dry
but
brine
it's
it. And
wonderful.
you already know what that means. You wanna carefully season everything with salt. This is way better than marinating your chicken. And forget about wet brine. It's just not as effective. Dry brine is always the way to go. But once I was done, you can clearly see that I was able to put all the skin back together. That is the real secret of a juicy chicken.
And
Just
here's
like
the
our steak,
thing,
you wanna put it
all
on a
that
cooling
sauce
rack so
and
that
the
it
time
can
in the
dry brine
refrigerator is
overnight.
gonna crisp
If you
up
don't
that
have the
skin.
time, you wanna let it dry
Which,
brine for
if
at
you've
least
ever
4
had a
hours, but
damn
it's
good
always
roast
better
chicken, that's what
overnight.
they did.
The very next day, I took it out of the refrigerator.
Yeah, just look at
and this
that
is what
skin.
it looks like. Not only the dry brine did its job, but we also got an additional bonus. And the
Oh yeah,
skin got
100%.
really dry.
When you get like the generic like chicken pieces in your store, and then you get like butcher fresh organic came in that day meat, like the difference is stunning. And especially if you treat that bird right afterwards, like even better. Nah, it's not the same. It's not the same. I still do it because there is a use for it, especially if I'm gonna like marinate the shit out of it and change the flavor profile anyway. But if I'm letting the bird do the talking, yeah, give me free range, organic, you know, all the good shit.
Dry. And you already know that the enemy
Oh, it
of
doesn't.
crispy
It totally
skin
doesn't.
is moisture. The drier it is, the crispier it
If I'm
will
doing
be
like
in
a
the end.
pulled
And of
chicken,
course, you already know
where I
because
don't
you've
really
seen my
care because I'm going to
poster
smother it in
over video.
barbecue
And
sauce
just in case
anyway,
you haven't, make sure
I'll
you
just
check
get
it out
whatever
later.
chicken breast I
Now,
can get.
the only thing left to do is
But
to
if I'm
add
doing it like
seasoning.
this,
and for that, I'm using
yeah,
Guga's
I'm going to be
rub.
picky.
But just keep in mind that Guga's rub does not have a lot of salt, and I specifically made it for that reason, which is allowing you to control the salt so you can dry brine it. But after adding all the seasoning, it was ready for the smoker. The temperature was at 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Any lower than that, you won't get any crispy skin. And I'm shooting for an internal temperature of 155, because as my chicken rests, it will raise an additional 10 degrees, giving me a final internal temperature of 165.
Which
And
I think
that
is the
exactly
minimum
what the
you can cook
FDA
chicken to
recommends.
here.
And as it was resting, check
Because
it out. That
salmonella
already
is bad.
making my mouth water. And once again, I wish you could smell it. The wonderful aroma
Oh, I can
of the
only
smoke
imagine.
is really coming through on this chicken. I can't wait any longer. So I started by removing the thighs. And let me tell you something, it feels extremely
Oh
tender.
my
And as I slice the
God.
breast,
The thigh is the
yes,
best
check
part.
that out.
It's
That's what I'm
super
talking
juicy and
about,
wonderful in my
everybody.
opinion.
Nice juicy chicken. But I can't wait any longer, so I went in for a bite. And as I took my first bite, yes, that's a good chicken. And of course, I gotta go in for the dark meat. Forget it. It's just out of this world. Let me tell you something, guys. Smoke your
Chicken thighs,
You'll
man.
thank me later.
Make the best
Now
fried
we move
chicken,
into
make the
shrimp,
best
but of
roasted
course,
chicken.
smoked
Like
shrimp.
I'm
And these are the
obsessed.
largest one I could find. They're what's called 8 to 12 per pound, and that's exactly what it means. Always look for the biggest shrimp you can find. The great thing is that they already came deveined and completely cleaned. I threw them into a bowl to get them seasoned, and to make sure
don't
my
know how this
seasoning was
would
thick,
do
I started with a little bit
smoked.
of oil. Spread them around until every edge is coated.
Usually
For the
with shrimp,
seasoning,
you
I
want to
am
cook them
using
pretty
Guga's
quickly.
rub. Yes, I know.
I
that rub
don't
is good
know
on
many
everything,
slow
and it's
cook
easy to
preps for
make,
sure.
Remember that. One of the tips I'm going to give you is to put it in a nice cooling rack. That will
Like,
allow
either
to
you
put
do it in the
and
oven
out
or
of
you
the
do it in a
smoker with
pan.
ease. And as you can see, they were perfectly seasoned.
Like, I've never
I set
heard
my
of, like,
smoker to
smoking.
350 degrees Fahrenheit. Threw them in there and let my smoker do its job. As it was smoking, I said, you know what? We gotta add some additional flavor. And
Yes.
the garlic butter is perfect for that. So after melting a little bit of butter, I threw in some garlic paste. Mix everything well.
It's
and my
literally that
basted
simple,
garlic
but it
butter is
makes a
ready.
huge
You wanna
difference.
baste the shrimp like you mean it. And you wanna do this as fast as possible because shrimp cooks very fast.
Oh, definitely.
Don't be cheap with that garlic butter, everybody. You know butter and shrimp were made
Basically,
for
the
each other. As I
instant,
closed
the
lid, I said, you know
instant
what?
that
We
shrimp
gotta add
turns like
even more
pink,
flavor.
it's
So I made
done.
a really quick sauce, and this time I wanted a mature taste. So I went with a barbecue whiskey sauce, and it's pretty easy. Throw in a little bit
Oh,
of
I was
cocktail
hoping
sauce,
he'd.
followed by
Oh,
your
damn
favorite
it!
barbecue sauce, and your favorite
I was
whiskey.
about to
Mix
say, I
everything
hope he
well, and
doesn't
your
use
tasty
cocktail
sauce is
sauce.
ready. Now all there's left to do is
I don't
to
know
add it to the
why
shrimp
I
as
don't
much
like
as
that
you
sauce.
want. And make sure to close the lid and let the sugars melt. Because by the time it's done, you're gonna have some
I've never
beautiful
had like
shrimp.
barbecue
That, my friends, is
seafood.
smoked shrimp heaven. It's very interesting because even though they were smoked for no more than 15 minutes, you can really smell the smoke. But hey, like you already know, what really matters is the taste. And as I cut it and I take a look at it, oh, this is looking good. So I couldn't wait any longer and I went for my first bite. Yes. That's nice. And the whiskey flavor is really coming through. And these were so good, I say, you know what? Forget about utensils. And of course, we cannot forget about heart.
Oh, god damn it.
We just have to. Especially after the beef cheeks, how are we going to know if this is not amazing? And yes, this is beef heart. And if there's one thing that I've learned is not to judge a book by its color.
I'm judging.
So this is no
I'm
different.
sorry,
As you
Guga.
can see, if I push
Anything
there's still
organ.
some blood inside, and that must be removed. I always recommend to never wash
like
your
organ meat
but with
for me
beef heart
is too
and
much.
chicken heart, you gotta wash it out. Now notice I'm not doing it directly on my sink. It's always
No.
better to only use one container for it. That way you can avoid cross-contamination. And once
Yeah.
I was done, this is what it looks like. And I threw in a big amount of marinade. Talking about that, let me show you how I made it. I started with a good olive oil.
Because organs
followed
don't
by
have
lime
much
juice
flavor on
and a
their
little bit of
own except
Asian
for like a
mustard.
bloody
Mix everything
iron
together
flavor.
until everything emulsifies. Of course, you have to do it with a tiny whisk. Shout out to my brother Andrew from Benji with Baggage. By the time
Hey.
I was done, this is exactly what you're looking for. To finish it off my marinade, I threw in a little bit of cherry vinegar, followed by dill, salt, and garlic powder.
I mean, that's
And all
probably
there's
going to be a
left to do is
delicious
to mix it well,
marinade,
and
but
your
I'm
marinade
just
is
always
done.
wary
You wanna
about
make sure
organ
you
meat.
apply the marinade everywhere. The more the better, because of course we're talking about a heart, and when it comes to heart, more is always better. The next thing to do is to throw it into my smoker. I set it to 325 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm aiming for an internal temperature of 160 degrees Fahrenheit. And once that was
I'm
reached,
always
this is
worried that
what it
that
looks
dill's
like.
going to get
That
like
is a smoked beef heart, and I
burnt.
can't wait to find out how it's gonna taste. So I quickly grabbed my knife and sliced it open, and this is what I got. Gotta be honest.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
get
quite
it.
sure
The
about
heart's
this
a
one.
muscle, but
Oof. This one I'm a little iffy. But hey, still
Yeah.
got some juices on the board, and as I took my first bite, smoky, strong, very strong flavor. I know you're thinking that it must be bad, but it's really not. It's just a very strong flavor. It's not
that
my
might be a
favorite, but
bit
I
too
do have an
adventurous
idea
for
to
me.
make it incredible. But just to make sure, I went for a second bite. Nope, not that great. But I was
No.
determined to make it amazing. So I started by slicing everything in small cubes. Then in a cast iron skillet, I threw in a little bit of onions and cooked them.
Okay,
until
so
they
he's
had a little
basically
bit of
treating it.
color. Threw
He's
in the
treating
beef
it
heart
like
and
pretty much
sauteed
every
until
organ meat in the
everything was
U.S. where
fully
it's liver and
cooked.
onions.
And as you can see, by the time I was done, that is looking
Oh, thank
way
God,
better.
because I
And as
remember
we
the
all
last time I
already know,
did like
everything tastes
food
better in a
videos,
pot.
you had
So I
like
threw in my salty
something
smoked beef heart
like
together with the caramelized onions, followed by
something
chopped
like cheap,
cilantro
and
a
you
little bit
just
of
sent me a
Mexican crema.
like
And now you tell me,
video of you
wouldn't eat
crying while
that?
watching
Come
it.
on. I can eat that every day. I mean, check this out. As I take my first bite, oh, that is
Okay,
amazing.
that's probably pretty
It's
good.
Absolutely phenomenal. It was so
I'm just
good, I
not a
had to
fan of
make a
organs
second
usually.
taco. And you tell me if you're not gonna eat
Like
that.
liver
Leave
and
a
onions
comment
are
down
just a
below
no
and let
for
me
me.
know.
That is all the meat I currently have in my
Yeah,
house.
very
I
sad
cooked
meatloaf.
Everything, everybody. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do enjoy it, make sure you give it a thumbs up. If
Okay,
you're not a subscriber,
there was another.
be sure
Oh,
I have a feeling the
I don't believe we watched this one with Chad. Now, on Sunday stream. Oh, any strong opinions on burgers? Unless you are making a smash burger, do not squash your patties. If you're making a normal, like, thick burger patty, do not smash that into the grill or griddle or wherever you're cooking it. That will kill any flavor of the patty. Do you mean like topping wise or do you mean like prep wise? Because I'll say like salted in the salt it when it's on the grill. Don't salt it before, or else the juices will leak out. Prep wise, I would say don't treat it like a meatball. Don't put like breadcrumbs in it. Don't form it into a ball unless you're doing smash burgers. Like, treat it like a burger. Don't season it before it hits the pan, the griddle, the grill, wherever you're cooking it. Season it when it's cooking, because that's going to minimize the loss of juice due to salt. That's going to minimize the loss of flavor. I know I can't do breadcrumbs in my burgers now, because see, anything that would absorb, that you think would absorb the juice, doesn't really absorb all that much. And even then, you just have soggy bits of like breadcrumb in there. Miso, I can kind of see, as like a sauce as a topping, but I wouldn't put it in the burger itself. Beef on its own has really good umami. So adding more umami to it can either have a positive or negative effect. Yeah, I can't do like, I don't treat it like a meatball. I treat it like a burger, which is basically loose form the patty. I mean, true. I mean, like classic breadcrumb, no. Panko, you can kind of sort of get away with, but I still couldn't do it. I'm the kind where the burger should speak for itself. If the burger is good plain with no toppings, it's a damn good burger. Like if I don't have to smother it in sauce and like flavorful veggies, it's a damn good burger. So I don't go I don't go overly complex. I usually, with a burger, it's salt, pepper, garlic powder. I don't use like a steak rub. I don't use like a fancy seasoning blend. It's simplistic as can be because the beef should speak for itself. So I don't do breadcrumbs. I don't do like overly fancy herbs or spices. I just get good quality meat, grind it. Yeah, you do need to get decent meat for it. I usually, what I'll do is I'll get like a sirloin or a chuck and grind it myself. That also makes it so I can trust to cook it a little bit under, well, because if you don't know the meat, you should probably get it medium well at least. Yeah, you would need to get like good quality meat for that. But it's worth it. It is definitely worth it. Because those burgers will like make restaurant burgers pale in comparison. And especially if I'm cooking at home. If I'm cooking at home, it better be something better than a restaurant. So I usually spend a bit more money and spend a bit more time to actually make it good. The butcher sells me pure ground meat, no fat, it just comes out to dry. Yeah, because fat's all the juice in a ground beef. So if it's 0% like fat, there's nothing. It's like chicken breast. There's no fat in chicken breast. There's nothing in chicken breast that adds flavor. So you need to add the flavor to the chicken breast, and you need to add the sear, and you need to add a lot to add flavor to a chicken breast. Because there's no fat. Fat is flavor. That's why some of the best steak in the world is basically mostly fat. Wagyu is mostly fat. And that's why it's always revered as like, yeah, right? Like, I don't honestly know why anyone would sell pure, like, beef. No, get some fat in there. That's all the juice. That's all the flavor. That's what makes burger taste good. I don't even think I would want that in like a dumpling with zero fat. Okay, I could see it for like tartare, but classic tartare prep isn't ground technically. It's cubed in a way, like a small cube. Or if you're going super traditional, it's pounded out until it's about the thickness of like a seafood pancake or like a crepe. So even, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Ground beef needs to have fat. At least like 20 to 30% of it should be fat. I would say, of the total grind. Again, if you're doing it yourself, it's pretty easy to control until you get to a point you like. If not, just look on the label. You're probably going to want around 30% fat.
Air fryer to a complete new level.
But we're going to watch air fryers because even though I love them for fried food,
every single meat I cooked was absolutely perfect.
I don't know how this is going to turn out because I don't usually use an air fryer for this kind of stuff.
To a smoker, and to say that those come out juicy is just basically unfair. I mean, take a look at that. It is the definition of juicy meat. And what I really want to know is to find out which one works and which one just don't. My goal is to give every meat 100%
Is that like a
to
Cornish
make sure every
hen?
single one of them come out perfect. This is I cooked every meat with an air fryer, so let's do it.
Okay, that looks damn good.
And we're going to start off with a beautiful ribeye steak. As many chefs will tell you, the ribeye is one of the most flavorful steaks there is. And this one
Yeah,
is
if you're
1.5
going for like
inches thick.
price
And as you can see, this is a
versus
prime steak.
flavor,
And you're able to
ribeye is
tell
the
that
perfect
because of
medium.
this wonderful marbling. Always look for a well-marbled
I mean, true.
steak. I know for a
It looks
fact my
good for the
air
camera,
fryer
though.
does not get over 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And to me, the best thing
yeah,
there
that's a
is
pretty
in
good salt
steak
for
is
this.
a crust. And to be able to form a crust, you must avoid moisture. And one of the great ways to do that and also season your steak all the way through is to do something called dry brine. And that is exactly what
I've
I'm
started doing
right
this now
here.
because
By
I heard
seasoning
about
the
it from
steak
this
with
channel,
salt
and
putting it in my
honestly,
refrigerator to
it
dry
makes
brine,
meat
will
so much
accomplish
better.
both things. And I'm hoping that this method will work perfect for
But
the air fryer.
warning,
So after
don't do
adding
this
the
with very
salt all the
fatty
way
meat,
through, all there's left to
because
do is
it
to
will
put
not
in a
absorb
20
through the
rack
fat.
so
It
that
will
it can
only
rest on my
absorb through the
refrigerator
beef.
overnight. And the very next day, this is what it looks like.
Yeah,
The
you'll
dark
see if
coloration
when he
is a
pans on the
sign that
fat
dry
that it
brine
still
worked
has the salt
perfectly,
flakes on
and
it.
that is exactly what you're looking for. The next thing to do is to add whatever other seasoning you like. My usual and what I always recommend is freshly ground black pepper and garlic powder. To me, that's the perfect way to season a steak.
I will
But
say
there's
though,
one
I've
other
had burgers in
ingredient
an
that I
air fryer
really enjoy,
and
that
like
is smoke. And there's
amazing.
No way you can produce
No,
that
I
with
have
an
not
air
read that
fryer.
book
So to
before. I haven't
compensate
read a
that and
ton
add
of
more
cookbooks
flavor, I
actually.
threw in a little bit of smoked paprika and onion
Usually
powder.
I'll just
That
scroll
should
through
make
an
a
internet
very
recipe
flavorful
until they're
steak.
done
I
telling
set
their
my
life
air fryer
story,
to the highest
and then
setting,
I'll
which
just
was
get to the
400
actual
degrees
recipe.
Fahrenheit. And as for time, I gave it at 8 minutes. I threw my steak in and let the air fryer do its thing. As it was cooking, I decided to make a simple compound butter. And I started off with room temperature butter,
Yes.
garlic paste, dry parsley, and a little bit of
I
shallots.
probably
Now,
would.
all there's left to
I
do is to mix it well, and
do
your
enjoy
compound
cooking.
butter is done. And by that time, my steak was done, which I was aiming for an internal temperature of 135
I mean, that crust
degrees
looks
Fahrenheit.
perfect.
And as you can see, this is what I was left with. I mean, you can clearly see that it's missing one thing, and that is a
Yeah.
crust.
I-
I
what?
really wish I could just grab my flamethrower and just go to town like there's no tomorrow on this beautiful steak.
I-
But
I-
hey, this is an air fryer episode. Let's not get carried away.
I
Now,
thought
one
the
thing
crust
that
looked
is coming
good.
out of this steak is a wonderful smell, but the crust needs some work. And as you can see here, the edge of the cap actually got a little bit overcooked,
True,
but it has
he
a
did.
nice crust. As my steak was resting, I threw in the compound
Oh, wait,
butter.
for
You
the
wanna make
book
sure
you're
you
talking
spread
about.
it
Okay,
all the
sorry.
way through, and most important, let the
Honestly,
butter do
that
its
would
thing.
probably
Once it
be
was rested
useful.
for
I'll
10 minutes, it was
I'll
time
check
to
it out.
cook.
I'll
And I
see
started
what
by
it's like.
removing the cap and taking my first slice, and when I did, check that out. I mean, it does have an overcooked gray band, but the medium
Yeah,
is
it
perfection.
does.
What do you think? If you
But
think
it is
it's
a perfect
overcooked,
medium.
It's interesting because I made a poll on my Instagram, and 59% of people say that it was cooked perfectly. And as you can see, one thing I can say
I'd
is
say
that it's a
on that like
juicy
right
steak.
edge, it's a
Regardless
little
if you like the
overcooked,
gray
but
band or not,
on the
we can
left
all
edge,
agree
that's
to
about a
that. And
good
as far
medium.
as the cap goes, this is what it looks like. As expected, the edges are completely overcooked, but hey, there's still a little bit of pink in there, which I do like.
Yeah,
As I grab my
it's
first piece to
okay.
take a
I
bite,
don't
this
think
is
it'd be
what it
my
looks
way
like.
of making a
And nothing
ribeye.
is more important than the taste. And I mean, let me tell you something. This is not bad. It is a very flavorful steak because of all the spices. It's still quite juicy, and it does taste good.
Yeah, but still
Will it
tastes
taste
good. It's
better?
just not
Sure it
the
can.
best
Let me
way.
grab my flamethrower, and you'll see. Let's get back to normal. No flamethrower on this episode. But with all seriousness, if you are in a hurry and you just want to,
You know he did that flamethrower footage, and he's like, "I'm gonna use that as much as I can."
And especially if you only have an air fryer to cook your meat, you will be happy with this. Moving on to the
I
next
think
one
it's
is gonna
better
be a
for
beautiful pork
burgers than it
tomahawk.
is.
And this one is going to be real
Oh,
good.
okay.
If you are unfamiliar with it, let me explain. It is basically a 2 inches thick pork chop with a bone. It is completely French, which means
If you can
to
get
clean out
anything
the
bone
bone.
in,
And
it's
if there's
automatically
one thing
better
that this
because
cut does
marrow.
is make an impression. In order not
Marrow
to
is
waste any
amazing.
seasoning, I like to put it on a steak plate. This allows me to reuse the seasoning that just falls off. And talking about that, I started with
Wow,
coarse
this is a
salt,
really
followed by
inconsistent
black
grind
pepper,
on his
garlic
salt. There's like
powder,
table
smoked
salt and like
paprika, onion powder,
kosher
and to
salt.
finish it off and give a nice kick, chipotle powder. Now all there's left to do is to
Yes,
rub it
for
well and
pork,
make sure
that's
every
amazing.
single edge is coated. And as you can see, by the time I was done, I have a perfectly seasoned tomahawk. To ensure that my fat will render and get nice and crispy, I decided to score it. The only thing you want to avoid is to cut all the way through the meat.
Yep.
Now since we had a problem with the crust, I decided to do something different. This is a cast iron plate that I normally use for grilling, and it is fantastic. And as we all know, cast iron
Steals
really
good
holds
heat
its
that could go to the
so I
meat,
threw
though.
it in my air fryer and
True.
set it for 400 degrees
Yeah.
Fahrenheit for 20 minutes. And I let that thing preheat and get as hot as possible. My hope is that it will give me a wonderful crust. Once it was preheated, I took it out and hear this.
Oh,
yeah, I
come
think
on.
this is gonna work. I set the air fryer to 400 degrees Fahrenheit and 12
That
minutes. Threw the
noise
tomahawk in
is
there and
just
let it
automatically a
cook.
good
As it was
sign.
cooking, I decided to make a sweet garlic sauce to go along with it. And this one is so good that it can go along with many other meats. I started by melting 1 tablespoon of butter. Threw in 3 cloves of minced garlic and let it cook. You don't want to cook it all the way through. As soon as you're smelling some aromatics, throw in 1 tablespoon of white vinegar, followed by a teaspoon of fish sauce and 4 tablespoons of honey. Mix everything well and keep
I
it
can
on a
see this
medium-low
working for
heat.
pork.
You're basically trying to get the moisture out as
I know a
much
lot
as
of people who would be
possible. This
afraid of
allows your
using
sauce to
fish sauce
quickly
because it has a
produce
strong
an
smell,
incredible
but
flavor.
honestly,
Keep
fish
in mind
sauce
that
is
if it
just
gets
like
too thick, you can
amazing
always add
flavor.
a little bit more water. But once you're happy with the consistency, your sauce is done. As you can see, it's almost like caramel and a wonderful sauce
It really
to go
is.
along with pork and seafood.
Honestly,
And
a
once the
lot of
sauce
the
was done, so was
sauces
the tomahawk.
for
It
like
had reached an
US
internal
pork
temperature of
always involve
145
applesauce
degrees
for
Fahrenheit.
some odd
And let me tell
reason.
you something, that looks pretty good. And this is looking
That
so
looks a
good
lot
that I wanna
better
try it
sauce-wise.
without the sauce first. And as I took the bone out and went for my first slice,
Oh,
this is
come
what
on.
it looks like. If that's not perfectly cooked pork, I don't know what is. Exactly the way I like it. And as I went for my first bite, oh, that is phenomenal. I'll let you hear the
You know
actual
it's good when he
audio.
puts his head on the cutting board and
That's
just
amazing.
has to.
That is what an air fryer
Yeah.
was made to do.
As you can see, sometimes I get a little carried away. Because I'll tell you one thing, it tasted perfect. Juicy to the max and absolutely delicious. But we still got the sauce to give it a try. And as I threw in my sauce, I mean, come on. How is that not going to be amazing?
Anything
As I went in
honey
for
and
my
pork
first
is
bite with the
automatically
sauce,
great.
oh, I mean, this sauce is so good.
Like
that I
honey
had to
baked
go in
ham
for way more.
is
I'm telling you, be
the
careful with the
best.
sauce. If there's one thing I can recommend you doing on this video is to give this one a try.
Any
Making this
sweet sauce and
tomahawk
pork
on an
just
air fryer
automatically
was
improves pork.
absolutely perfection, and something that I will always be doing moving forward. If there's one thing we all love is a nice juicy
Yes.
cheeseburger, and making it on the grill is perfection every single time. I mean, I've made some incredible burgers, even some crazy deep fried ones, which was absolutely fantastic. And if there's one test that I'm really looking forward is to cook a cheeseburger on the air fryer. And we start off with the buns. These are brioche buns, and I think it's perfect for any cheeseburger.
Brioche
If you need a recipe, make sure you check
is,
out Google's buns. I
brioche
already
or
made a video
pretzel,
on it,
in my
and they are
opinion, are the best
fantastic.
buns for
Now,
a
of course,
burger.
the first thing we gotta do when
Although I
making
will
good
take an old
cheeseburger
school
is to toast
sesame
the
any
buns.
day of the
So
week.
I threw them in the air fryer at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 4 minutes. And once I took it out, yes, that's what I'm talking
that's
about. And as
perfectly
you can see,
crusted.
every
What?
single edge is toasted to perfection. Now let's talk about beef. I like to
Okay, you know what, chat? I never knew that. I literally have no reason to have a toaster now. If my air fryer could do that good of a job for toasting like bread or buns, like sign me the fuck up. That's amazing.
grind my own beef. That allows me to cook my burgers exactly the way I want it. But if
Right.
you're buying your own ground beef, you should always cook it all the way through. Usually I just smash them directly on the grill. But since we're going to be using the air
No.
fryer, I gotta get creative. And for that, you can
Unless
use
you're
anything
making
you
smash
like.
burgers,
I
that's
like my
probably the
burgers
worst thing you
extra
can do.
smashed. And as you can see, that's exactly
Because if
what
you
I did
smush
right
down
here.
a
Even though it
burger
looks
like
humongous now, keep in
like a
mind that
thick
it will
patty,
shrink. To season it, I kept it pretty simple. I only
you're
added
not gonna get
salt
the
and
same
pepper,
Maillard.
nothing else. Threw them
And
in the
you're
air
leaking
fryer
all the juices
container and
out.
Make sure to season both sides. Set my air fryer to 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 6 minutes. Pushed in the burger patties and let it cook. As it was cooking, I decided to make an easy and simple sauce.
Okay, so he's
I
gonna
started
make,
with
like, the
1 part
Big Mac
mayo,
sauce,
1 part
basically.
ketchup, half part mustard, and as much sweet relish as you like.
Mhm.
Mix it all well, and your sauce is done. This is an
Chad, if you love like Big Mac sauce at McDonald's, that's it. That's Big Mac sauce. That's it. It is literally ketchup, mustard, mayo, sweet relish. It's the same thing. I usually, for my burger sauce, sub out the sweet relish for like sriracha or a hot sauce that I like, because I like a little bit of spicy in my burgers to cut through the fat. But I don't really like pepper jack cheese, which is one way to do it. So I usually add like a little hot sauce to the burger sauce. It works about just as well.
easy, simple
Sorry
sauce
if you can
that
hear my
goes
dog
along
in the
with
background.
many
She's losing her mind for
cheeseburgers.
some
Once
odd
5
reason.
minutes was up, I pull out my burgers. And as you can see, they are almost fully cooked. Threw in the good old American cheese and let it melt. After exactly 1 minute, it was time for the assembly. The first patty, followed by
come
the second
on.
one. And of course, to finish it off, we gotta crown it with the bun. I would say it's not normally what I'm used to, but hey, it does smells fantastic.
It's super
it seems
juicy.
Like the cheese is not gooey enough. And of course, we gotta go in for the cross section. As I cut it open, check that out. I mean, with all honesty, this is not what I'm used to. But hey, let's take our first bite. And as I did, I mean, it's a burger. I would say it's not the best burger I ever had. And if you're in a hurry and you want to eat something quick, it's okay. I will tell you one thing, it did not blow my mind. But it's doable. I would love to know your opinion on what you think of this cheeseburger. Make sure to leave comments.
It's not the best way to cook it, but in a pinch,
not perfection like this. Now, of course, we gotta try some seafood, and for today I chose tuna. And as everyone says, tuna is the king of all fish.
Yes.
And I was very lucky to get these two beautiful steaks. To be specific, we call them tuna steaks. And the color of them is just fantastic.
Yeah, the buns are perfect. Honestly, cook the buns in the air fryer, cook the burgers on the grill or like a griddle.
I decided to cook two different ways. That way we can find out which way is best to make it on the air fryer. And for the first one, I started by throwing a little bit of roasted sesame seed on my steak plate. And I definitely recommend roasted sesame seeds. Because if you
100%, it's better flavor.
Get that hot.
Honestly, if you have any spices, like cardamom pods, star anise, peppercorns that you're adding to your thing, roast them. It'll 100% add a completely different and complex flavor to it that will wow you. It's amazing. Do it.
Then I went ahead and seasoned
You can do it in a
with
pan.
a
It's
little bit
easy.
of salt, followed by freshly ground black pepper. You want to let the salt sit for at least 5 minutes. As you already know, you will allow the moisture to escape, making your tuna super sticky. Because that's exactly what we need to do this step. It's perfectly coated with sesame seeds. You gotta try your best to make sure every edge is covered. But as you can see, that is almost impossible.
It is. Especially because it's not like a perfect rectangle.
Of oil and immediately followed by the tuna. And my thought is that the oil will heat up even more and give it a nice crust. Set it to 400 degrees Fahrenheit to cook for 4 minutes. To go along with our sesame tuna, I made a very simple dipping sauce. I started with low sodium soy sauce, followed by ponzu sauce, cherry vinegar, and finished it off with chili flakes, also known as gochugaru, which is a Korean spicy chili flakes. And
the good shit.
As I was done with the sauce,
I love gochugaru.
Here's the result I got.
And gochujang, but for different things.
It does look like my sesame seeds got a little bit more toasty, and I was hoping to have a nice raw center. But as I took my first slice, check that out. We got a little bit
overcooked.
raw, but some of them were just like medium rare, which is okay. It's not bad, but I was hoping for less. I mean, by no means
you gotta cook it a little bit less.
Pretty good. Remember, this was done in an air fryer, and as convenient as it gets, just throw it in and do nothing. But hey, what really matters is the taste. And I wanted to give it a try without the sauce first, just to see the texture. As you can see, you can tell a little bit of the edges are overcooked.
Yeah,
but as I took my first bite, not bad. It is good.
With tuna, you basically want to cook it too. The best way I can describe it is like blue rare.
I can have anytime, and the air fry just made it way too easy to do.
Where it's basically like completely raw in the middle.
A lot better, because as you know, the edges are a little bit overcooked. This will make it nice and moist. And as I took my first bite, yes. That is good. I would say that an improvement.
Although that sauce could probably save anything, because ponzu and soy combination with anything is amazing.
Next one I want to do it completely different, and I'm gonna make it blackened tuna. So I started
blackened.
with the master of all seasoning, which is salt.
I don't know about blackened with tuna. I usually see blackened with like
black pepper, followed by
swordfish,
smoked paprika,
or like
powder, dried thyme, and brown sugar.
mahi mahi.
As you can see, it looks fantastic
not with
this tuna. Using the heated cast iron method, I threw it in. Set my air fryer to 400 degrees Fahrenheit to cook it for 8 minutes. And once the time had elapsed, this is what I got.
It's not really blackened, it's browned.
It looks like a nice, well-cooked tuna to me. And if you've never had tuna, there's a reason why they call it tuna steak.
If you do it the correct way with like blackened,
as I took my first piece out,
it would look like charcoal,
just right.
but it tastes amazing.
There's a very little amount of pink left, which is totally okay with me. But the important thing is, how is it gonna taste? And as I took my first bite, it's alright. If you ask me, which one do you prefer, Guga, this one or the previous one? Definitely go with the previous one.
Yeah.
Now this one, you might have never heard of it. I know it looks like chicken nuggets, but trust me, it is not. It is something that I definitely recommend you give it a try and be open-minded. Because if you're not, you're definitely not gonna try. It's what's called sweet bread. No, we're not talking about actual bread. We're talking about this. If you are unfamiliar with sweet bread, let me explain. It's an organ meat. To be more specific, sweet bread is the organ meat for sinus gland and pancreas. They are mostly coming from veal or beef. And I know it doesn't look appetizing, but I'll tell you one thing, if you give it a try, you might like it. But hey, let me show you my take.
Honestly, for me, veal alone is a bit of an ask. So, organ from a meat that I don't particularly like,
salt is completely dissolved. Throw in your sweet
a bit
bread
too
and let it
much.
brine overnight your
Honestly,
refrigerator.
veal
The
is
very
only
next
great
day,
in like
take it out and let it
meatballs,
dry.
in my
Make sure you
opinion,
get the brine out as much as possible
because it
because
has
it's quite
two
slippery.
meats that
Just
really
like regular
overpower
beef, this
the
one comes with a
flavor of
silver
it.
skin. And as you know, silver skin is tough and it's gotta go. But the
No,
great thing about
silver
it is that
skin
if
is
you grab a
terrible.
sharp knife, it's an easy thing to do. As you can see, by the time I was done, you can now appreciate the marbling, and there is a very good amount of it. The next step is to cut them in manageable pieces. You don't want to cook the whole thing because the brownies is what makes it taste really good. So for this specific one, I separated them in 4 pieces.
I don't
For
know,
this video,
chat.
remember, there's no need to
I don't
add
know about
salt.
that.
So I went in with garlic powder, followed by black pepper and smoked paprika. As always, make sure you season
That
all
might be a bit
sides,
too
including
adventurous
the
for me.
edges. Now there's left to do is to cook them, and for that I threw them inside of the container and
That
set
might be a
my
bit
air
too
fryer
much.
to 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 minutes. Push them in and let them cook. As that was happening, I made a very simple basting sauce, which includes a little bit of garlic paste and melted butter. Mix
Yeah, get
well
it
and
off the
it's ready for
spoon or it's not
basting.
going to
Once
dissolve.
the 10 minutes was up, this is what they look like. As you can see, they are not done yet. To make sure we get nice
No.
browning, I started with the basting. And as always, whenever you're basting it with butter, don't be shy. Make sure you throw in as much as you can, because as we all know, butter makes everything better. Once all the basting
I'll
was done, I threw them
check
back
out the
into
end
air
result,
fryer at 400
but
degrees Fahrenheit for an additional 10 minutes, and this is what I was left with. That right there is sweet bread. And I know some of you might not want to try it, but let me tell you something. Please do. Even though it's not very popular and you might never had it, you never know what something is going to taste if you don't give it a try.
Good
This one
point.
is definitely worth it. As I took my first slice, check that out. And even the smell, it smells incredible. And as I take my first bite, yes, exactly what I was looking for.
I don't
It's
know.
amazing.
I don't know if it's for me.
extremely tender. Of course, it's juicy. The crispier outer edge is phenomenal. It is difficult to explain the taste, but it is something I enjoy very
but this is
much.
the
We call
first
this
meat he
molleja
said
in Spanish.
probably
If
like
you've
air
never
fryer
had
is a
it,
good
I
prep.
definitely recommend you giving it a try. And the air fryer did an awesome job on it. Moving on to the next one, it is Denver steak. And yes, as you can see, it is gonna be good. If you are unfamiliar with this cut, this is what it looks like. The interesting thing about this steak is that it's not popular. That's because it comes from the chuck flap tail. Some people call it underblade steak. I've heard boneless short rib. But regardless of what it is that it's
Most
called,
butchers, call it. Most butchers will make this
now,
into
since it comes
boneless
from
short
the
rib.
chuck, the recommendation is not to cook it medium rare. As you saw, it has great marbling, so you can take higher temperature. So
Yeah.
for this one, I recommend cooking it medium. But before cooking it, as you already know, we gotta dry brine it. That will ensure that I get a perfect crust.
Honestly, yeah,
And
this
as you
steak
know,
would
I'm
probably
all
be
about
sold
that
as boneless
crust.
short
After
rib.
adding salt, the next thing you wanna
And
do is
getting
put it on
it
a cooling
instead of
rack
the
so that it
100
can
other
dry
cuts that
brine
could be
in the
called boneless short rib
refrigerator right away. The very
is
next
a
day,
gamble.
This is what it looks like. As you already know,
So
the
I think
salt
you'd
did
have to
its
go to a
job. This
really
will ensure not
knowledgeable
only a
butcher to
great
find
crust,
this in
but
the
it's
US.
also seasoned all the way through. Now all there's left to do is to add your favorite spices. And I started with garlic
It doesn't look
powder,
bad
followed
though.
by freshly
It looks
ground
pretty
black
damn
pepper.
good.
Always remember to season both sides, including the edges.
And
I
even
really
if
like
this
the
was in a
preview of the
boneless short
cast
rib,
iron,
I would
as add a
probably
minute
love
here,
it.
that. Yes, that's exactly what
Like,
we're always
I'm just
looking for.
imagining
As
this
always,
thin
seeking for
sliced
a
at a
great crust,
like
I set
Korean
it to 400
barbecue,
degrees
and it
Fahrenheit
sounds
and set it
amazing.
for 12 minutes. Pushed it inside and
I
was
can't even
hoping
get
for the
flank
air
ribs for
fryer
my
to do a
butcher.
great
Yeah.
job. As it was
Yeah,
cooking,
you
I
have to
heated
go to a
very
guy
simple
who like
basting butter.
knows
And I
his
started off
stuff
with 2 tablespoons
or
of
knows
melted
where
butter,
stuff is
followed
from.
by garlic paste. Mixed it well and your
Because if you
basting
can
butter
explain
is
it well
ready.
enough,
By
most
this time,
butchers
our
will be like,
short
"Oh,
ribs
you
were
want it
done,
from
and
there?
as a
Okay,
result,
it's going to
check
cost a
that
little
out.
extra because I
It
have to cut
definitely needs some
this
moisture, so
differently,
it was time
but
for
I
the
can get you
basting
that."
butter. I mean, to be honest with you, this is not the best crust I've ever seen in
Yeah,
my
flank
life.
ribs
But at the same time,
here,
it's not
probably
that bad.
not.
But as I pick it up and turned it to the cast iron side,
Oh,
check
come
that
on.
out. I mean, it's not coming through the camera 100%, but that
No,
is
it
way
looks
better.
good, though.
Using a cast iron inside of your air fryer will definitely
I
give you a
literally
better
have this
crust.
for
Now
my
there's
air
left to do
fryer
is to slice it
for the
open, and
purpose
as I
of
took
like
my first
crispening
slice,
chicken
that
breast.
is juicy. This was cooked to an internal temperature of 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And let's not
You can't
forget that
sell
I
them?
gave it a
Okay.
5-minute rest.
Okay, in the US,
For it being
ribs
cooked in
are
an air
super
fryer, I am
popular,
pretty happy with that result. But what really matters
whether
is
they're pork
always the
or beef.
taste. Everything else
Like
is
some
secondary.
restaurants will
As I say,
actually
it looks pretty
smoke
good to me. As I took my
beef
first
rib,
bite, wow,
and it's
that's
amazing.
good. I'll tell you one thing, this does not
I wish
taste
it was
like a
more
ribeye
popular,
or a New
because I
York
would
strip
get
or
it
a
so
filet
often.
mignon or any other steak that I ever tasted before. It tastes like a short rib.
Yeah,
but as a
people really do
steak,
only want
it has
baby
a
back.
much more pronounced beef flavor than any other steak I've tried. If you've never had a Denver steak before,
But flank
give it a
ribs do
try. I
taste
have a
good as
feeling
well.
that you will enjoy. Moving on to the next one, this is what I'm cooking. A squab. If you are unfamiliar with this, well, welcome to the family.
Okay, when I saw
because
that in the
literally
preview,
had no idea
I
what it was.
thought it
Since
was like a
present
Cornish
for my
game
meat dinner,
hen,
we're going to be experiencing this
which is a
together. And
lot
after,
more
of course,
popular.
going to Google and searching it up, turns out that this is a fancy pigeon.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I said it, fancy pigeon. I mean, as you can see on my hand,
I mean,
it's not that
pigeon,
big.
if we're talking history, pigeon isn't an unpopular bird to cook. It's just here where I live, pigeon is akin to like a rat. It's seen as a vermin. So if you would think about it, like cooking a rat doesn't sound like an appetizing procedure. So cooking a pigeon might be a bit more of an ask. Honestly, though, I would try this. Because bird is bird. The only difference is like how. No, God no. You do not know what the fuck that thing has eaten. And what a bird has eaten is everything because it determines the meat. You can automatically tell the difference from like a chicken that was eating grasses and eating like seeds from the wild compared to chickens that were eating corn. You can tell the difference. So imagine a bird that's eating trash. Literal fucking trash. Yeah, no. I think squab would be the only way to do it, because squab is basically raised in a farm environment where you know what the hell the thing is eating. Don't do this to a pigeon off the street. It will not end well. It has been eating all sorts of garbage and poisoning itself. So once you snack into it, yeah, you remember that old Spike TV show, 1,000 Ways to Die? That would probably be on there.
But at the same time, I'm wondering what is it gonna taste like.
There's no
And
way
just
a
like chicken,
urban
it comes
pigeon.
with the inners. We have the heart, the liver, and everything else that is edible.
The
we're definitely
gizzards,
gonna
yep.
be cooking that up as well. From all the research
I
I've done, USDA
don't do
recommends
organ
cooking
meat
game
all too
birds
well,
to an
but
internal temperature of
you do you,
180
Guga.
degrees Fahrenheit. But everywhere else says that this one should be cooked to medium rare, because the squab is certainly a special occasion bird. So I started
Yeah.
by adding a little bit of
I
oil
think
to make
squab
sure my
and
seasoning
pheasant
was
are
steady.
birds
Then I
that you're
season
not
it
going to
well
find
with
very
salt,
often.
freshly ground black pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and
And
smoked
both are
paprika.
ones I
Make
still
sure
need to try.
Season every single edge. For additional flavor, I'm throwing in some herbs, and I'm going in with thyme and rosemary. And it's pretty straightforward. You just gotta fill up the cavity. It just looks
Just
like
shove
a
it in
miniature
there.
chicken, and hopefully it will be a tasty
Just
one.
shove
For
it
the
in there.
organs, I started with a little bit of garlic paste, followed by some olive oil and salt. Mix it well, and my seasoning was ready. Now there's left to do.
I mean,
to
this is
throw
a
in the
standard, like,
organs and make sure
flavored
every
or
single one of them is
infused oil.
cooked. Because of course, the last thing
You can
want
also
is
do
to
like thyme
season
and
the
rosemary if you
organs.
want to get
Now
real
all there's
fancy
left
with
to
it.
do is to add it to my air fryer to cook it up.
Oh,
Talking
he's doing
about
the
that, I set
organs in the air fryer
to
as
400
well.
degrees Fahrenheit
Okay,
for
so we're
5
doing
minutes.
everything
Shut
in
it
there.
close and let the air fryer does its thing. And once the 5 minutes
Ah,
are up,
Shep,
we got
thank you
some
for the
seasoning
host.
organs, which looks amazing to me. There are two types of people in the world. You either love this or absolutely hate it. And I love
I
it.
am
Because
in
if
the
this
latter
tastes like
camp.
chicken heart, we are in good shape. But the
Honestly,
important thing
organ
is
meat
how
to
is
me
it
just
gonna
tastes like
taste.
iron.
And as I took my first bite, it is exactly like a chicken heart.
I know
There's
it's
no
the title of the
difference, and I love
video,
it. It's awesome. If
but
you
I've seen
enjoy
him
chicken heart,
cheat.
you will enjoy this. There is zero difference in
Think back a few videos where it's like, I'm cooking this steak in the dishwasher. Here's a flamethrower. So, I mean, he's not unwilling to bend rules. Thank you so much for dropping by, though, Shep. Hope your classes go well today.
flavor. And as I went to the next one,
He's
which I think is the
not,
kidney,
like-
took the bite. Yep, just as expected.
I
It is
am so far.
exactly
Thank you
like
so much,
chicken
Shep.
liver. It just tastes like chicken to me. But hey, we still have the bird, and this is what I was left with. Hopefully, medium rare squab. It's funny because when you're cooking,
I
it
would have
medium rare, the skin
spatchcocked
does
it
not
in
get
the air
crispy. Maybe
fryer,
that's why they
but that
always
might be
serve on
harder
a
with a
cast
bird
iron
like
pan before
this.
putting it in the oven. But
And
hey,
there's
this is
also
an air
something
fryer
presentation-wise
episode.
about
We
a
don't
full,
have
like,
the cast
roasted
iron
chicken.
available today. So I started by carving the legs, and as you can see, oh yeah, that's medium rare. Maybe a little bit too medium rare. I mean,
Yeah.
it's my first time experiencing it, so it's got to be good, right? Then of course I jumped into the breast. That
Oh,
is medium rare.
wow.
That's
Oh, wow. I wouldn't have thought. See, when I'm used to carving bird, I'm used to basically a pure white, like a chicken or a turkey. That almost looks like, I'd say like lamb or steak. That's incredible looking.
a fact. And as I start slicing the breast, oof, juicy, very juicy. But again, it's looking a little bit
Yeah.
too rare for me. In case
Okay.
you're wondering, I cooked it to an internal temperature
Even
of
duck doesn't
135
look that
degrees
much.
Fahrenheit. But hey, there's only one thing left to do, and that is to give it a try and give you guys a fair review. And as I took my first bite, it is, what can I say, gamey. It doesn't have a strong flavor, it just tastes quite gamey. And by no means is
especially
this
if they're
bad,
like
but be ready
wild
for a
fed.
gamey taste. That was the best.
Alright,
Of
chef,
course, I
have a
gotta
good
go in
one.
for the dark meat. But honestly, everything
Yeah,
looks like
anything
dark meat. As I
wild
took my
in
first
any
bite from the
way, shape, or
thigh,
form
it tastes exactly the same.
is gonna be
Quite
super gamey.
and I'm not quite
I don't
sure if
mind
I
that.
enjoy it that much.
It-
And I'll tell
it's
you one thing,
delicious to
I'm
me.
not 100% convinced on the squab. So I thought maybe if I cook it more, it's gonna be better. So I threw everything back into the air fryer. Cooked it for an additional 5 minutes and
Like
check that
wild
out.
boar is probably
Everything
the
is fully
gamiest
cooked.
meat you
I
can
would
get.
say nice
And honestly,
toasty.
stuff
From
that in a
everywhere
mushroom
I
with some
read, this
cheese,
is
and I will
exactly
love it.
what they tell you not to do. But the important thing is the bite. And the very first one, no, not good. It's terrible. Do not
Yeah.
overcook your squab.
No.
It's much stronger.
Just
It's
don't
a
overcook
no.
anything
Don't
in
do it.
general.
To finish it off, squab is not one of my
And
favorites.
yes, well done to
That
me is
all the
overcooked.
meat I currently have in my house. I cooked everything, everybody. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video.
I will say this may be a controversial opinion. Don't well done is not a prep for a steak, it's how you ruin a steak. Medium rare is probably like perfection. Medium is as far as you should push it. Okay, I'm trying to see. There was another one in this series, I believe. That we already watched Cheapest Grill. We already watched Deep Fryer. We watched that. I don't think we've watched Toaster Oven.
Today I'm going to show you how
on
I took
here.
my toaster oven to a whole new level. Not only making
I
incredible
used to like my
looking
steaks
dishes,
well
but
done as a
most
kid. I
importantly,
cannot.
absolutely delicious. I'm going to show you how easy it is to make 5-star food restaurant only using your toaster
No, I think I
oven
was
and nothing
medium
else.
as a kid,
When I say I'm
if I
talking
ever
about
had
delicious,
steak,
I
and I
mean it.
grew up
This
to like
is
medium
cooking
rare.
every meat only using my toaster oven. So let's
I
do
can't
it.
fully commit to rare yet, but oh god, that sound.
And the first one we're gonna start
That
off
wonderful
is
sound.
filet mignon. This is one of the most popular steaks in the world. A lot of
But
people
yeah, I
think there
can't
is not a lot
do
of
well
flavor,
done.
and they are actually right. But even though it does lack
I have
some
tried a
flavor,
well
it
done
mixes
steak,
up
and it
with
just basically
tenderness. This is the most
tire
tender
rubber.
part of the cow.
It's so
and by
bad.
far one of the most popular steak in every
Especially if it's a
steakhouse
good
there
steak.
is. The first thing I like to do is to coat it with a nice high
With a
heat
sirloin,
oil.
it's
This
somewhat
will ensure that my
forgivable. If
seasoning
you're
will
doing
stick.
that to
I'm
like a
using grapeseed
ribeye,
oil,
I
and
cannot forgive you.
definitely recommend it. Talking about seasoning, I started with a good amount of salt, freshly ground black pepper, and of course garlic powder. At least to me, that is the best way to season a steak. Especially when you're using a delicious tender cut of meat like this, you don't want to go crazy.
No.
Now here's the thing with a toaster oven. Now what I'm going to do is challenge myself not to use anything but the toaster oven through this entire video. Now I do want to get some searing on this beautiful steak. And I know if I put my steak there in the toaster oven at high
It's not.
temperature to
It's not
sear
gonna
it,
sear.
it will also start cooking it. I could use a torch, and I definitely recommend you getting one if you don't have one. But hey, that would just be not fair, because we all know that already works, and that's not going to be a challenge. So I went to my next best thing, which is a cast iron pan, and I put it in my oven at 500 degrees Fahrenheit to heat that up. And my thought behind it is that the cast iron will keep its heat. So hopefully that will be
Okay, it's a
enough to
smaller
sear
one.
the
I was
steak.
about to
So
say,
after about
I
10
have like
minutes in
a
the oven, I took it
full-fledged
out,
like
and I
camping
immediately
cast
pour
iron.
in my steak. Now you gotta hold it there for at least a minute and a half. If not, it's not gonna do anything. And after the time
Probably.
was up,
He
this is
he
what I
loves his
got.
torches.
As you can see, kind of worked, but not perfectly. So I
No,
quickly heat up
you
the
need
pan once again,
consistency.
and then I
You
tried
need
it one more
consistent
time.
heat.
And after the time was up,
Consistent
this is what I got.
high
I'm a huge fan
heat.
of a crust, but hey, that's not bad. I
No,
like that. So once
it's-
I knew he
it's
actually
not
went, I
terrible.
did the same thing on the other side. And as you can see, I got a nice, beautiful sear. The
Yeah.
next thing to do is to put it in the oven at 250 degrees Fahrenheit until I reach an internal temperature of 135, which will give me a medium rare. Since now I have 30 minutes, I decided to come up with a simple sauce that anyone can use for their filet mignon at home. And the first thing I did was to melt some butter inside of the
Yeah,
oven.
it's not
Then
bad,
I
but it's
added
not
a little
good.
bit of garlic paste.
It's
followed
a
by
meh
pinch of
crust.
Dijon mustard, and of course,
If you see
heavy
like
cream. Using the
grilled
residual
steak,
heat of the
and you
actual
see the
melted
crust on like a
butter, I was able
grilled
to mix
steak,
all the
or even like a
ingredients
griddled
together. As you
steak,
can see, after
where you
stirring
get
it
a
for
lot
quite
more of
bit,
that
it
high
became a
heat
nice
over a
sauce.
large
And
area.
I was super pumped for that. To finish off
Come
the
on,
sauce,
it's
I
way
threw in a
different.
little bit of black pepper, mix it well, and there we have it. A sauce without actually any pan. That is amazing. If you live somewhere that you don't have access to a stove, there you go. The next thing to do is to put it in the oven and then let it heat up with my steak. Even though I thought
Although I
was gonna
wouldn't
take
put the
only 30
utensil
minutes
in.
for my steak, I was totally wrong. At the end, it was
I would not
46
put the
minutes,
utensil
and
in.
It was cooked to a perfectly medium rare to 135 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, that
And I
doesn't
went
look
ahead and
bad.
threw in my sauce. Oh yes, my friends. That is just mouth-watering already. To finish it up, I threw in a little bit of chives, and it's
Oh,
time to
come
slice
on.
it open. It's perfectly medium
Look at
rare
that.
and exactly what I was looking for. Let me remind you, this was done in a toaster oven.
100%. You are not giving a fuck.
Oh, it's so juicy, buttery. The combination of the juices from the actual
Yeah,
steak and the
you
sauce
have to
is
you have to be
incredible.
brave.
And just in case you are wondering, I finished all of it. The next one is going to be a beautiful
Especially for
Florida
things
lobster.
expensive like
And
this.
This one, folks, is as easy
Can you
as it
believe at
gets.
one
And if
time
you're
this
ever
was considered
intimidated how to
prison
cook
food?
Lobster, you shouldn't.
Mhm.
This is how to do it.
Lobster
I am
was
using
literally
Florida
considered
lobster
food
tail.
for prisoners.
However, if you have Maine available,
As
it should
in,
work just
if
as
you've
good.
committed
To
a
make nice,
crime,
beautiful
you should eat
presentation,
lobster.
The first thing I like to do is to remove all the flappers. This is definitely not necessary, but it makes a beautiful presentation at the end.
Oh,
and I
this is
recommend it if you have the time.
frozen.
The next thing you want to do is to cut it
No.
open right in the middle. Using the
I may
scissor
be
makes the
spoiled
job
living,
really easy.
like,
Just
near a
cut the shell until
coastline.
you get almost
I'm
towards the
sorry,
end.
it
Now,
needs to
using
be
your hand,
fresh.
carefully open it up. As you can see, my lobster is still kind of frozen, and that's exactly what you
Mhm.
want to do with seafood. Keep it as cold as possible, especially if they are not fresh.
Okay,
By
if
the
it's
time I
not
was
fresh,
done,
yeah,
this is what it
frozen.
looks like. We just gotta lay the
Because if
meat
you
right on
leave
top of the
seafood
shell.
even
That
out
will
for
give you
a couple
beautiful
hours,
presentation at the end, just like they do it in the
if it's
restaurants.
dead,
Then I jumped
it
right into the
decomposes so
seasoning,
quick.
And for that, I used a little bit of salt.
So
and
if it's not
freshly ground
fresh,
black
frozen's
pepper,
your next
nothing else.
best,
Then I
but it's
transfer
not
it
going to
a
be the same
cooling rack to
flavor.
make sure the heat goes all the way around. If you put it directly on the tray, you will prevent the shell from becoming red. And
Yeah.
if you're looking for presentation, that's definitely something you gotta watch out for. Now, one of the great things that goes together with lobster is lemon. So I
Lemon,
add them to the
100%.
tray and put them in the oven at my highest setting on my broiler, which actually was at 500 degrees
No.
Fahrenheit for 10 minutes. You are looking for an internal temperature of 140
I'm just so
degrees
used to,
Fahrenheit.
like,
That will
fresh
give you
is
a
king,
perfect doneness for your lobster. And of course,
thought
we
process.
all know that butter and lobster is the perfect marriage. So after melting a little bit of butter, I threw in some garlic paste and smoked paprika. Mixed everything well, and my butter
But
sauce
even
was
I'm more
ready for
used
my
to, like,
After
lobster
10
in a
minutes, you can
tank,
clearly see the shell changing
where you
color
get
and also
live
the
lobster, put it
becoming
in a
from
fish tank,
translucent
and
to a
basically just
solid
monitor
white.
it to make
Once
sure
that's
there's
done, you know
no
your
dead
lobster is
lobsters.
fully cooked. The next thing to do is to first
Because the
baste it with that
instant
lemon.
a
And
lobster
don't be
dies,
shy, my
you need to get
friends,
it out of
because
there.
the lemon was cooked, it's now
Because
sweeter, and I
the other
recommend
lobsters
throwing
do
the
not
whole
care
thing
and
in.
will just eat
Once
the
that
dead
was done,
lobster.
of course, we gotta go in with our butter. Oh, come on. That is what I'm talking about. Like everybody says, butter makes
I mean,
everything
yeah,
better, and
that's
that is
exactly my point.
absolutely
There's
true.
no good
To give
reason to
some
not have
burnt,
it fresh.
smoky flavor, I threw in a little bit of
Especially,
smoked
I know
paprika.
he
And of
lives, like,
course,
near
always
Florida.
add more
There is
butter.
no
There's
way you could not
way
get
you
fresh
would
lobster
ever
in
guess
Florida.
that it was done
There is
completely
no
in a
way he's not
toaster
getting
oven. I
fresh
will
lobster.
Take that any day. But now for my favorite part, which is the taste.
If you live near a coastline,
everything
and
correctly,
you can
check
get
it
fresh
out.
lobster.
You don't even need a knife. That is what we're looking for, my friends. It's so soft and tender and very far away from being rubbery. And after I took my first bite, oh, come on. That is amazing. It is incredible. I couldn't wait to go for the second one. It's just so tender and juicy and sweet.
It could be
Adding the
so much
lemon and
better.
smothering it on butter. Oh, man.
I mean, that might be a possibility.
It is very difficult to make any lobster better
And
than
honestly, it's
this.
good for
I'm telling you,
content,
my friends,
but at
this
the same
is
time-
amazing, and I definitely recommend you giving it a try. Now
No.
let's move into pork
See
belly,
this,
and
though.
can you hear
This
that
makes me
crunch?
happy.
Yes, that's
Crispy.
exactly what we're always
Crispy
looking for
pork
when
belly.
we're making pork belly. And once you know the secret how to do it, it's easy. And I'm gonna share with
Mm-hmm.
you how I get perfect results every time. And here's how to make it. And of course, we start off with the pork belly. Always look for ones that have the most amount of meat, because by default, it already has plenty of fat. And one of the things that it's always lacking is meat. In this case, and this case only, less fat is actually better. Also, it is a requirement to have the skin on. Without the skin is just a no-go. The first thing to
No.
do is to scrape the skin as much as possible with a paring knife. This will help take out any moisture there is on the surface. And check it out. This is exactly what you're looking for. Make sure you
Yeah,
scrape that
no,
off as much as
no dead
possible.
skin,
Then you want to use a meat
and no
tenderizer, or if you
hair.
don't have one, you can also use a fork. What you're really trying to do is to poke some holes to allow the moisture
Pork
to escape.
skin.
And as you
So pig skin, there's a classic prep for it that is basically a snack food called chicharrones, which is basically deep fried pork skin to the point where it basically just becomes this light, airy, crispy snack. And it's basically found like a revitalization as of recent because it's keto friendly. It's a good like chip substitute. So if you love potato chips, chicharrones is a good substitute. I will say though, some companies season it terribly. Like we got these like sour cream and onion chicharrones recently. And, you know, the chicharrones itself was crispy, light, airy. I'll type it. It's chicharrones. That's how it's usually spelled. Chicharrones. It basically just means like fried pork skin. It's super light, super airy. You can find them pretty much anywhere in the US now. But this company that I got the salt and onion, sour cream and onion chicharrones from added a shit ton of salt. Like, in unquestionably too much like amount of salt. So there was no sour cream flavor. There was no onion flavor. It was salt. It was salt. It was so bad. And I felt bad because I didn't get them for me. I got them for mom. So she took one bite and she's like, oh my God, the salt. And I'm like trying it thinking like, okay, she's just not used to this. And then I took one bite. My entire mouth was sodium. It was like instant ramen is salty. That was saltier than instant ramen, which says a lot.
You can see after I did that, check out all that moisture. That is exactly what
Yep.
you're looking for. The less moisture, the more crispy your pork belly will be. After wiping it off with a paper towel, the next thing to do is to make a boat. Let me explain a little better. Using an aluminum foil, place your pork belly right on top. Fold the edges until you have at least half an inch of clearance. At the same time, make sure everything is tight. Then you want to cover the whole thing with kosher salt. It is important that
Again,
you do not use
crispy.
table salt because it's too fine. And instead of pulling the moisture out, which is what we want, you are actually going to make it salty. You can either use kosher salt or rock salt. By the time you're done, this is what
rock
you're looking
salt
for.
you can
Now,
also
place it in
find
your
now
refrigerator
called
for a total
finishing
of
salt.
12 hours. Or better yet, overnight. Once the time is up, pull it out of the refrigerator and remove all of the salt. As you can see, a lot of the moisture was extracted by the salt. And that is exactly what we're looking for. Check it out. You can automatically tell that it's a different color. That is a sign that the salt did its job. Now, I know it seems redundant, but once again, you got to make a new boat. No, you cannot use the same one you just did because the structure will be compromised. So you have to make a new boat. And when we're done, we're going to repeat the process one more time, and that's to fill it up.
Oh, you do it
everything with
twice.
salt. Make sure you have the whole thing covered, including the edges. Set your toaster oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour. Put it on the lowest rack and let it
Interesting.
cook. We want to render that fat as much as we can. Once the 1 hour was up, this is what I got. As you can see, the salt once again did its job. It almost pulled out all of the moisture from the skin. Now you gotta make sure you remove all of the salt. You don't want any of that in your actual pork belly. If not, it's gonna be way too salty. And check out that render pork fat. Now here's where that salt comes in. Mix that together with your pork fat, and it will make an amazing seasoning salt for you to season anything you want. I just love it with beans. It is incredible. Don't
Beans?
throw your salt away, my friends. It will bring incredible flavors to many different dishes. The next step
Never
is to
thought
put
of
it
that
on a
one.
cooling rack to let it cook. Once again, make sure you take out all of that salt.
Yeah, with
As
the
you can
toaster
see, the
oven, you really
skin
want that
already started to
convection
bubble
effect
up
of
a
getting it
little
on the
bit.
bottom
That
as
is
well.
a good sign. Set your oven to broil at its highest setting. Throw it in the oven so it can do its job. It usually takes about 10 minutes, so keep an eye on it. Because we have a little bit of time, I decided to make a dipping sauce, and here's how. I started with 5 tablespoons of soy sauce, followed by 2 tablespoons of ponzu sauce, 1 tablespoon of red white vinegar, 1 teaspoon of sesame oil, and half a tablespoon of chili oil. To finish it off, I threw in green
chili oil
onions,
is
and to
probably
dilute the
better
flavor a little bit,
than,
about 2 tablespoons of water. Mix everything
like
well,
chili
and your dipping
flake.
sauce is done. I'm telling you, friends,
But
this is
still,
incredible.
chili
And to pair
flake
it up
will
with
cause a
pork
less
belly
oily
is
sauce.
just perfect. Talking about pork belly, it's time to
Oh,
check it. And
hell
as you can
yeah.
see, the toaster oven is doing its job. And at the very last moment, you're
Yep.
going to see a mountain coming up. That is a sign that everything is working exactly as it should. The skin is separating from the meat and the fat, and it's actually frying the inside out. That is how you get that incredible crackling that we all love. And after exactly 10 minutes, check it out. This, friends, must be one of the easiest thing that you can make on your toaster oven. It is all about technique. If you do everything the same exactly I did, you will have the same results. And I'll tell you one thing, all of your family will thank you later. Now the only thing left to do is to
Oh
cut it
my
open.
God.
But first, I'm gonna let you hear
Yes.
this once again.
Just
I don't have to tell you it's crunchy, do I?
It's gonna be amazing. Yes.
Check out my bite. That is absolutely phenomenal. It is not too salty if you're thinking that the salt penetrated too much. Absolutely not. It is crunchy, delicious.
I would be
fatty
saving
at
as
the same
much of that
time,
pork skin to
juicy,
put
but hey,
with the
that's
pork
just
as I
beginning.
can.
We still have the actual meat. And
Yep.
check that out, my friends. You tell me.
Juicy.
That is phenomenal.
Juicy
Now,
as
to
hell.
make it even better is to dip it in the dipping sauce. And wow, come on. That should be illegal. It's too good. Crunchy, fatty, salty, just basically melts in your mouth, and then
Yes.
the crunch hits you. My friends, please try this
Yes,
one
give
at home.
more.
It is not hard to make.
Please give
and it's
more.
also extremely affordable. Get yourself some pork belly.
Oh yeah, pork
and
belly is
enjoy.
super cheap
Now,
in the
the next
US.
thing we're gonna cook is a rack of lamb,
Because
and
pork
it's gonna be
belly
juicy,
isn't,
tender, and absolutely
as
delicious.
revered.
And here's how to make it. I
It's
started by
basically used for
preheating my
bacon
oven to
most of the
500
time,
degrees Fahrenheit.
where they remove
Throwing
the
my
skin.
cast iron in there because
Like, if
know
you
exactly the
want
reason why. It will help me
skin
put a
on pork
beautiful
belly, it's
sear.
probably
And
cheaper
this
than
is a
skin
rack
off
of
pork
lamb.
belly.
This one is domestic lamb, and it already comes Frenched. French basically means that the bones are all clean, as you
I
can
love
see
lamb
right
so
here.
much.
The wonderful thing about getting them Frenched and butchered is that you don't have to do all the work.
Nope.
But now the first thing I like to do is to score the fat.
Here
And
it's-
what this does is to help it render. Trust me.
Yeah,
render
bacon here
fat
is
tastes
super cheap and
amazing.
plentiful.
hopefully the
Like, you can
toaster
get
oven
it
is
pretty
gonna
much,
do an amazing job.
like,
But once I was done with
anywhere
this
for
scoring,
cheap.
check it out. This is exactly what you're
Pork
looking for.
belly
As I mentioned before,
usually
if you
costs
only have
less,
a toaster oven, you
because
should
it's thought
definitely
you
try
need to
get
prep it.
a torch. This will be an awesome tool for you to use for charring. It's also very affordable and cheap that you can use for many different things. But hey, today we're gonna go with our cast iron. Now, since you know my cast iron is quite small, it's not gonna fit on this one. I mean,
No.
it fits on this big one here, but
Yeah,
hey, that's not gonna
That's
fit
the
in
one
my
I had,
toaster
and I'm
oven.
like,
So
how
I
big
took
is your
my rack of
toaster
lamb
oven
and
if you could
decided
fit
to
that
cut it
entire thing in
half.
there?
And here's a tip: whenever you're cutting it, make sure to put it fat side down. That
Yep.
way you can see the bone and it will be easy to cut. Now, just like the steak, I'm coating it with grapeseed oil. This is a high temperature oil because I want to make sure that my cast iron is hot and gives it a nice sear. Make sure to coat it all the way around so that
Yeah,
the
grapeseed
seasoning will
oil is
stay.
wonderful.
Talking about that, I first started with salt, black pepper, garlic powder, and smoked paprika. Remember to season all sides, including the edges. Even though it's not a very large piece of meat, the seasoning is always important.
Definitely.
After 10 minutes, I quickly removed the cast iron out and started to sear the lamb. And as you can see, the fat just starts rendering right away. I was not quite sure
Although,
that this was going to work, but once I turned it around, check it out. Yes!
I will say
it
with
works
lamb,
like a charm,
90% of the
everybody. You can
time,
make
the
incredible
fat
food
itself will
with
do the
only a
job.
toaster oven, nothing else. Now, since we know it works great, the next thing I did is to sear everything. And by the time I was done, check that out. It's not charcoal, but hey, it's still good for a toaster oven. Come on. You gotta give me some credit. Even though it
It
looks
looks so
ready,
good.
trust me, it's still raw in the middle. So the next thing is to transfer it to a cooling rack so that the air can circulate all the way around my
Come
oven.
on.
I set it to bake at 250 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes. I was shooting for an internal temperature of 135 degrees Fahrenheit. And since it was cooking, it gave me time to make an amazing crust. So I started off
That
by
looks
chopping
so
up
good.
some Parmesan cheese.
Parmesan?
If you can, use the real deal. And I'm talking about Parmigiano Reggiano from Italy. It's just better. The next
Yeah.
ingredient for our crust is fried onions. I've already shown how to make them and it's super easy to do. If you have not
Yeah,
seen that
honestly,
video, I'll
though,
make sure to
finding
link another video in the
legit
description down
Parmigiano
below. The next thing
Reggiano
is to add
is
everything to
hard
your food
as
processor,
hell
starting by the
in the
cheese,
US.
followed by a little bit of parsley, the
'Cause there
fried
is
onions, and
Parmesan,
blend everything on high.
but it's
Make sure you
basically
pulverize
like
everything.
imitation
Once that's done, I seasoned
Parmesan.
it with smoked paprika, black pepper, and finished it
It-
off with a
finding
good
the
olive oil.
legit
Blend everything once again on high
Parmigiano
and your
Reggiano
crust is done.
from
These
a
friends
wheel?
taste absolutely incredible.
Uh,
I mean, you already know
yeah,
the
noob, thank you
ingredients,
so much for the
can
host.
Imagine what it tastes like. By the time I was done with my crust, my
Like,
rack of
finding
lamb reached an internal temperature
legit
of
Parmesan
135 degrees Fahrenheit.
is not
Pull
an
that
easy
out of the
task,
oven and
or
push
you're
it
spending a
right
lot
in.
of money.
As you can see, the fat caramelized a little
Most of
bit
the time
more,
it's
and
and
that
you're
was
spending a lot of
perfect.
money.
As it's still hot, I added Dijon mustard. It not only added additional flavor, but it's
Especially if you're
also
buying a
great
full
binder
wheel,
for my
that's like a
crust. Now,
that's
the
like a
only
$2
thing you
grand
have to do is
investment.
to add the crust
I've heard
and
the
add
kitchen
as
staff talk
much as
about
you
it,
like.
and oh
Some people
my
like
god,
it with more, and some people like it with less.
it's
Now,
expensive.
you have two options with your lamb. If you like it rare, this is what it looks like. As I mentioned, this doneness is at 135
Yeah, for a full wheel of
degrees
Parmesan,
Fahrenheit. As you
$2
can
grand.
see, it is extremely juicy. After doing a
$2,000
poll on my Instagram,
US.
many people say that it's way too raw. Yes, it's kind of rare, but at the same time, by no means is it raw. But hey, the
But it's
important thing
like
is the taste, and when I took my
like
first
50,
bite,
60 pound wheel, and it's about
That is amazing. Yes, it's rare.
3
but
or
come
4
on,
feet in
that is
diameter.
amazing.
It's
I had to
not 3 or
really
4 feet.
restrain
Sorry.
myself not to eating the whole
It's pretty
thing.
damn
I totally
big.
understand why a lot of people like it this way. Remember, it's cooked at 135 degrees Fahrenheit.
We pretty much know the theme of these videos. I want to show... Hold on. Let me see if I can find... There it is.
Today we have an 80-pound wheel of Parmesan cheese straight from Italy.
I'm sorry, 80 pounds. Thank you, Nick.
I just wanted to cut right to the chase, but it's still sitting in the lobby of my apartment,
Yep.
so let's go down and grab it.
We know the theme of the Google Foods video. Let's change the pace. Something a bit different.
What are you doing?
The wheel of Parmesan cheese.
Okay, why are you in my room?
Can I just open it here?
Can you open it? Yeah,
I got a
no,
knife.
you can invade my privacy.
I got it.
And open it. Oh, you're prepared.
No, Vinny, you always like to see the packages.
I mean, this is true. You normally do have some fun stuff.
Oh, man.
Oh, this-
Okay, to give a little background to the guy I'm watching, this person was a finalist on MasterChef, did not end up winning the show, I believe, but was like in top 3. He's a damn good cook. He knows what he's doing. Thank you for dropping by, Gatton Noob. I believe you were here from the raid earlier. Thank you so much for sticking around.
looks pretty legit.
Seriously legit.
Yeah.
You're so good at this. Pretty damn cool. Ah. Come on, Nick.
Come on.
You know, they don't see you.
Yeah, this guy is a legit cook.
This is so heavy.
All right.
Look at that.
Look at that thing.
Look at... There's a barcode on it.
Yeah.
This is
Put that in your QR code scanner. Wonder what website it'll take you to.
It's only fair that I get a piece.
Can I just wheel this to the elevator?
I would say that's probably best.
Thanks, Vinny.
Oh, you're welcome, Nick.
Now let me just tell you, this thing was not easy to bring in. What you're
No.
looking at right here is a Parmigiano Reggiano straight
It's
from
not.
the homeland of Italy. And you know, it's funny, I've been trying to get this thing in for weeks,
Yeah.
months even. But the first time around, it was damaged in transit, and I have no idea what that means.
Good cheese
All I know
score.
is I got
The
a
good
notification as
cheese.
It was on its way. That something had happened halfway through its path.
There's no
Maybe someone
cream.
decided they love cheese and just dropped it on purpose so they could take it home. But the important thing
Or
is
there's no
it's there
cream.
Now I want to talk a little bit about this.
Stop.
before we
I'm not
go
gonna make a
into
cream
it.
command.
But the first thing I want to say, because I have to say it, is that it smells amazing. Oh, God. Now, there's something really cool about a Parmesan wheel like this. The first thing that we see all around the side is Parmigiano Reggiano. But there are more
Yep.
specifics that we can get into, which are quite cool. This large stamp right here is just a quality stamp, where the number right above it tells us the farm that it came
Yep.
from in Italy. I love that you can trace it right down to that very spot. Over here is a seal from the producer.
Yeah, no, legit Parmesan Parmigiano Reggiano is like, it's like champagne. If you're getting legit champagne, there is a whole set of rules to actually call it champagne. There is American companies that produce wine similar to champagne, but it cannot be called champagne in any other region. Here in the US, doesn't really matter. It's still called champagne. If you brought that to France, no. If you brought the usual like Parmesan cheese you see at your like local Italian joint, or like at your fridge probably, to Italy, they would not call that Parmigiano Reggiano. They would call that shit. I know it's hard to get this kind of stuff, but it's so totally different. Like, French champagne is so different from American champagne, and Italian Parmigiano Reggiano is a completely different flavor profile from the stuff in your fridge that may or may not contain sawdust. There was literally a lawsuit about this. It might contain sawdust.
Itself that we can actually just wedge out with one of our little Parmesan knives. Now, if I spin the wheel, there's a little something right here you'll see that says DOP. This stands for Denominazione di Origine Protetta, which means protected designation of origin. The Italians don't mess around with their cheese, so what
No.
DOP tells us is actually from Italian law.
Yeah.
Sort of like champagne coming only from Champagne, France. This shows that this is legit.
Okay, I didn't know he talked about that.
It's either from Parma, Reggio Emilia, or Bologna. The
Yeah.
last thing you can see as I spin it around is February February 19th. Just like fine wine, the longer Parmesan is aged, the nicer it typically is. This wheel right here is 24-month aged, and you can't actually sell Parmesan before it's been aged at least 12 months. So this is a pretty good wheel of Parmesan.
And that's
cheese
considered
right here.
young.
Let me put it this way. I don't have anything
2
left in my
years is
chicken
considered like a good medium.
so here's how it's
There
gonna
are
go
some
now.
I've heard
We're
of that
making
go
pasta
longer.
inside this wheel, but first we have to cut it in half. So we're gonna cut it like this. I want to show you these two knives because this will be the first knife that I use, and I just thought I'd show this in comparison to this, the knife I typically use in videos. We actually don't need my regular chef's knife. So I
No.
can toss this aside. Now to start, we're gonna take this cute little knife right here and score around the entire wheel of Parmesan. What's actually really cool is that they pretty much give us a line right down the middle to perfectly do this scoring. For right now, I'm just trying to get that initial line. I'm gonna come back around it again to get a deeper line, but for now, this is all I need. Once I've gotten this nice line around the cheese, I'm actually gonna take the back corner of the knife instead of the top, which will allow me to dig in a little bit here and slowly go back to further solidify.
Because you want to get through that
now I'm
thick rind.
to dig into the actual cheese itself to get into that rind which we need to cut through. Because this is such a beautiful piece of cheese, I'm really trying to do it justice here with nice clean cuts. Now we've got another knife that we're going to use here. If you can see up close, it's a very weird shape, very specific to a cheese like this.
Oh, definitely. By the way, the thing is, it's not just the Parmesan wheel that's going to be expensive. Getting these specialty products that are only for the purpose of opening a wheel of Parmesan is a process in itself. It is a process.
And it has this extremely sharp knife.
So yeah,
I'm basically gonna punch that into my cheese.
half of the expense of doing this kind of like meal is getting these specialized
and you
tools.
can see that when I leverage it like this, the rind comes right out just a bit. Now we have these tools, which are basically wedges that go into the side of the cheese to leverage it open. This to me is the part I'm most looking forward to. I think it's going to be satisfying to finally.
Oh, it's going to be satisfying. It's going to take you a long ass time.
Side of the cheese and wedge this all the way in. And as we go, we'll go back and forth a bit to start to break the cheese apart. Once that's in, I'll wedge it just a little bit back, turn my wheel of cheese, and go to a space just a little bit over. Same thing here. I wedge it all the way in there, moving that around to break apart that cheese, and then bring it back again. Now I'll spin my cheese around to the other side and wedge another one in, shifting back and forth to break that cheese open. Then I'll remove that first wedge, spin our wheel again, and go in on the opposite end. This right here is an arm workout that I could have never imagined. And I'll repeat this process until the wheel
it's a whole ordeal.
At which point it's basically just gonna crack.
Your forearms are gonna be in pain, my dude.
Legitimately really good arm workout. And I used to go to the gym quite a lot, but I pretty much haven't been since COVID started.
No, I don't think anyone has. I used to go to the gym like
close to each other and start
almost daily.
Pushing up to see if it's gonna give.
I basically was out about like 5 times a week. I would go to the gym.
Been touched over here. So I'm gonna put in just a little bit more work
at one time, or 6 days a week at one time. Then COVID hit. Yeah, that didn't end up happening anymore.
Whoa!
Oh.
All of that hard work has paid off. When it cracks open like that, you get these beautiful flakes of cheese. This gorgeous, almost crystal-like hunk that you've gotten here, you simply can't get that any other way. Opening a Parmesan wheel by hand is truly something special. I know I've already taken a few bites, but I have to try this cheese while it's so fresh like this. Because I don't
honestly, knowing how much this cheese costs, this might be a shameful admission. Knowing how much this cheese costs, I would be scraping up every one of those little Parmesan shavings that's on his counter right now and put it in a bottle to like shake over pasta. I would be using every frickin' ounce, every gram, every milligram of that cheese. I would use every portion of it, especially if I'm paying that much. Because he said this is about 2.5K. You heard that correctly. This is not cheap. I would be using every portion of that cheese wheel.
I'm gonna get cheese this
even the shaving, even like the
cheese
crumbs.
Has more Parmesan flavor than I even knew Parmesan could have. There's almost these tiny little crunchy crystal flakes when you bite into it. And it's so smooth, cheesy, and creamy. Without a doubt, the most mind-blowing Parmesan I've ever tasted. But of course, we're gonna fill this whole thing with pasta, so let's make that dough. To start our pasta dough, this one is special. So I wanna make a 12 yolk pasta dough. Yolks only. In my bowl where I'm gonna put the yolks, I'm gonna add in a little bit of olive oil, because I don't want those yolks sticking to the bowl. I want them all staying nice and whole. In this bowl here, I'll crack my eggs, then gently
Let's see if we can do it
with the shells, which I can save for later. Those will make a nice tasty omelet. As for these gorgeous little yolks, I'll gently place them all into the bowl with the olive.
AKA
I'll repeat
he's
this
going
process
to
very
throw it
carefully with
away.
all 12 of my egg yolks, trying to keep them all whole and intact. There's nothing like making a beautiful handmade pasta dough with all fresh, intact egg yolks. All of you who subscribe to our channel probably remember the time that we made cured egg yolks and only had 12 yolks left, but broke one of them, leaving us with 11. This time around, I'm gonna try to make sure every single egg yolk stays fresh and unbroken. Now on our cutting board, we'll put down a little over 2 cups of all-purpose flour. Into the middle of the flour, we'll make a nice little well, and then into that
This
well,
is
we'll go our
super
12
traditional. This is
beautiful
like
egg
super
yolks.
traditional
If we
pasta
want, we
prep.
can add just a little bit of olive oil here,
Yep.
and then we break those egg yolks. Such a satisfying thing to do. Slowly bring in that flour from the outside to incorporate that into your yolks. Gently and gradually mix.
This is gonna make for a nice yellow pasta. That's gonna be wonderful.
I usually like to bring in my bench scraper, which lets me easily bring everything all together. Now we work through our dough, and after some pretty solid elbow grease, but nothing quite as bad as opening up that Parmesan.
This is
we get a
also
beautiful dish of
also
pasta.
basically
At this
how
point in
like
time, I'll
egg
take my
noodles you get
ridiculously
at
oversized
Chinese
pasta
places are
and
made.
rest this in the fridge for half an hour. While our dough's in the fridge, I want to take a few moments now to tell you about today's sponsor, HelloFresh. This is America's #1 meal kit. We have a lot of bits for you, including on the turn. Let's get back to our wheel of Parmesan and finish
Thank you.
up that pasta. First, we're going to carve
No
out
free
that
advertisement
Parmesan
on my
cube. We want
stream.
to make sure that we have a nice bowl. I may actually be able to use some of these wedges, which will allow me to get
Yes.
some nice hunks of Parmesan cheese out of here. I absolutely love these rustic looking hunks that are coming out of the cheese. Just look at how gorgeous these are.
They're
I feel
amazing.
Like I'm handling gold. Once I've wedged out lots of this cheese, I think I'm actually ready to start digging it into a bowl shape. I'll start by scooping out the remaining bits that are here, and then gradually starting to carve the shape with my spoon. If I can get this in a perfect bowl shape, it'll look absolutely
Again, I would be
gorgeous.
saving
Because of how
every
compact this cheese is,
portion.
you don't realize how much will actually come out of such a
No.
small portion of your entire wheel. I guess that you can get hundreds and hundreds of portions of cheese out of this entire wheel. And when I say portion, I mean those massive hunks. Could
Yeah.
be in the 1,000 range with how big this thing is. And once
Honestly,
you've
if you
created a nice
shave it
bowl,
as
you
like
can
a
set our
topper
wheels.
as well,
Now that our dough's been resting
like,
in the fridge for a while, I
that
first
will
wanna show
last you
how
a fucking
bright and yellow
lifetime,
this thing is.
probably.
That's what you get when you use all egg yolks. Now first, we're gonna hit this dough with some nice flour, really making sure that that's not gonna stick to a bunch of stuff. Then we'll take that same
Now, are we
bench scraper
using
used
like
earlier and cut this in
all-purpose?
half.
Are we using
Press out your dough
semolina?
until it's
Are we
nice and
using
thin.
like traditional
Flouring a
shit?
little bit as you go, and optionally using a rolling pin to push it out even further. Once you're ready to go, push it
What
through
are
your
we doing
pasta.
with the egg
You
pasta?
should get a gorgeous, beautiful, and smooth yellow dough. And as I think I've discussed before, I always like to fold it together and put it through a second time to get out any air bubbles. Once your dough is rolled out the first time, turn up the dial and start to roll it through on a thinner setting until you're ready to make your fettuccine. Once it's finished, we can roll out our fettuccine. Now we roll out
You
the
want it
fettuccine,
thin
creating these
for
beautiful
this.
strands of pasta. Now we're gonna make a really fast garlic cream sauce, and then we're just about ready to fill that Parmesan cheese, so don't go anywhere. Chop off each of the heads of the garlic. For our garlic cream sauce, I'll add about a stick of butter and let that melt down. Once that butter is melted, I'm gonna take a few cloves of my fresh garlic and press this right in here. Holy, oh!
Yeah, this is the moment I will remind you a conversation we had earlier. Butter is mostly water.
Cutting boards and dishes. Now into this butter, I'm going to slowly sprinkle in a few tablespoons of
So,
flour
yeah, it'll
while
pop.
still whisking. And this will
Especially
make
if there's
this a nice
any
garlic
oil
roux.
in that
Those
pan.
clumps that you see in there aren't the flour. It's actually just that minced garlic. Once we've stirred this around a short bit and let it thicken, I'll add in about 2 cups of heavy cream. And then once I've let this start to heat up, I'll start grating in some of the Parmesan right out of my wheel. Can you imagine if I had
Come
to use
on.
pre-grated Parmesan right now from
No.
the store? Think about it this way. You can buy fresh
Not if I've
Parmesan
spent
that's
that
at least
much money.
somewhat recently been taken out of a full Parmesan wheel like I've shown you, or you can buy pre-grated Parmesan, which has probably been sitting on the shelf a few years, but not exactly aging in the good way. Just think about that next time you make that choice. It's gonna be on your
Also, it doesn't have to
conscience,
be
not mine.
authentic
Once this thickens up
Parmesan.
into
It
a
can be
really
literally
beautiful,
any
buttery
imitation
cream
form
sauce, we can set this whole thing
of
aside,
hard
and we're ready
cheese.
to cook our pasta. Once our water's boiling, we'll salt our water like
Also, where does he get this pan, like pot? Like, I can just imagine all the cool cooking content, or just, you know, being a bored weirdo staring at a pot of ramen cook with that kind of stuff. I don't know why I want it.
the ocean.
Even though it's probably terrible for conducting heat, it's probably horrible at, like, staying hot. But it looks so good.
We really want that salty flavor in our pasta. And once the salt has had a minute to settle and dissolve into
Also,
the
if that's
water, we'll
glassware,
toss in our
that can
pasta.
break
Now,
in a
before we put in
second.
that pasta, we'll pour in a bit of white wine and light it on fire. You might not be able to see the flame right now, but you can probably hear it. And there's tons of heat coming off this wheel of Parmesan
Yep.
right now. You can probably start to see some of these flames of the fire, which is kind of faint, but still definitely there. What it's allowing me to do is sort of make a cheese sauce out of this before we even add any of the pasta to that. And because it's so hot in there, the cheese is starting to melt in the base of my wheel. Now that my eyes are tearing up again and crying a little bit because of all that alcohol that's just come off, we have this really warm cheese paste at the base that we can now use to make the rest of our pasta. We'll pour in that pasta, which of course we need to break apart a little bit here.
Yeah.
Then we'll come in with that
Thick cream sauce.
let it go all over that pasta. And at this point, I'll take my forks and mix this all in together to make our beautiful pasta inside that wheel of Parmesan. I have to say, this is one of the most beautiful, coolest, most rustic things I have ever seen.
That looks
in the kitchen. And I
incredible.
have cooked
Oh
a
my
lot of
goodness,
things in
chat.
my life. Just listen to that pasta sound.
Don't look at me like
Just for
that.
some color, I'm gonna
No,
finish this off with a few
stop.
drops. Before I dive in, I'm just gonna add a little bit more Parmesan right on
I
top
already
of it.
saw your
Just to make it
forearms. That was enough.
It's time to take a little bite.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, you still have my cart? I can't go home until I get this back. What are you doing? Why are you laughing? What are you doing?
You want some pasta?
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh,
You know
That
what?
wasn't
You need to
planned.
Try before me.
you know what? I'm in. Hopefully this is good.
It's nice, like fresh pasta.
Wow. I think my taste buds are on Dancing with the Stars. Is it good? Well, yeah. That is damn good, sir.
pretty
yeah,
good?
Yeah. No.
So am I good on the cart?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fucking fire.
Now, we
That
can't
is
eat
fire.
anything
Oh
with
my God,
cheese
that looks so
before letting
good.
Our furry little friend try it himself.
No.
So I'm gonna put pesto down, and don't worry, this
No.
is gonna be sanitary enough. I'm gonna scrape off this part of the cheese after.
Okay.
The funny thing is here, I think he's just gonna eat the cheese and not actually go
Yeah.
for the pasta, and that's okay because there's too much garlic in the pasta.
Mhm.
But this is probably one of the best days of Pesto's life. Pesto, say bye to everybody, okay? But now I think
Pesto
it's
is
time to dive
adorable.
in. Let's give this a try.
Pesto's adorable. Look at that little hamster boy.
That right there is some good pasta.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, I'm even having a little bit of a hard time describing it. All of it is so fresh. I just feel like you can't.
Oh,
get
and
much
that Parmigiano
fresher.
Reggiano,
Sure, I can make
knowing
a
the
trip
flavor
to Italy
profile
next
is
time
going
and
to
get
be
the wheel
super
right from
nutty
Italy
and
in
delicious.
some beautiful basement where they've been aging it for a while. And
Yeah.
that would be a little bit fresher. But I mean, this is pretty darn fresh. One thing you may be able to see when I hold the pasta up close is how well our beautiful cream sauce holds to our pasta. What's
Yes.
great about that is that we've nailed the consistency of that cream sauce. That garlic in there is perfectly there, yet nice and
And honestly,
subtle.
he
The
did it
pasta
without the
is
usual
perfectly
method of
soft and
pasta
has
water, which has
light
that
egg yolk
starch
flavor,
that
with
makes it
fatty,
stick.
rich and creamy texture
Which
that
is
we
why
look
your
for.
tomato sauces
While the
stick.
entire experience of eating it out
It's
of the
just
Parmesan
that
wheel
thick.
elevates everything in every single way. So much about tasting and enjoying food comes from your smell. And sitting in front of a Parmesan wheel like this means you're smelling all of that cheese on the outside of the wheel. Seriously, this thing is
That sounds like an
cheese.
amazing
Just
time.
looking at this gorgeous half wheel is so special. Now,
It
before I
does.
finish, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. You are all the reason that I can get things like this and make videos like this. And there's lots more coming where that came from. All you have to do is make sure you toss the video a like and a comment there, which helps so much. Let's try to get this one past 100,000 likes, why don't we? And in the meantime, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and the notification.
I'm already subscribed. Let's see what... I see my king. I see my champion. If there's any person I want to watch right now, it is Mikey Chen, the king, my favorite, the one who will probably get this video muted in portions because of the music he uses, but I still want to watch it. I still want to watch it. As I keep saying, please follow each of the channels I'm watching today. Yes, please give me brunch at convenience stores in Japan because for some reason it's amazing. Wait, have we done this? Wait, we've done this before. Crap. We've done this video on the stream before. Shit. Okay, which one haven't we? Screw it, I've been on a plane binge for a while now. Let's go for Mikey Chen Travels. Why not? Runix, hello!
So excited to go home and go biking or do laundry. Something mundane, but it's so exciting for me. But it's gonna be a really long flight, about 30 hours. So it's gonna be from Phnom Penh to Bangkok, Bangkok to Dubai, and then Dubai to Seattle. But the great thing is, flying Emirates first class. And this is the second time
Okay.
in my life I'm flying first class. First time was the Korean first.
Could you imagine 30 hours in a plane, though? In, like, economy? I'm 6'1". I'm already afraid of flying economy since I haven't done it in a while. I'm literally paying extra if I ever do fly to get, like, the front row. Because I want that, like, extra couple inches of legroom. Because the last thing I want is to be stuck on a flight for God knows how many hours, especially on the tarmac, because you know the flight's going to be delayed. Just crunched with my femurs fucking dying in the back of a plane.
Class. Obviously, can't fly that much.
Oh God, well, I gotta go because I want to fast and this will make... Oh, good point. Yeah, probably would. I wish you good luck with the fast, though. Have a good one, Runix.
Super expensive, but this time has some points put away and then splurged on this flight.
Ooh,
So of course,
come on.
I'm gonna review the heck out of it for you guys.
Yes, please,
First thing
Mikey.
Is, usually with Emirates First Class, you get car service from wherever you're at to the airport in select cities. Unfortunately,
Of course, that's
Norway is
reasonable.
not one of these select cities, but typically, if you were like in New York or one of these major cities around the world,
Yeah.
that's where the first class experience would start. But for me, I guess it's gonna start at the airport.
So I'm guessing they don't offer it where he's at the moment? Where is he? Love you too, Runix. Have a good one. Is he like in Thailand or Singapore?
There's slim pickings when it comes to fridge magnets. And this is
Oh,
really
Cambodia.
pretty. But it's like
Cambodia?
with rice,
Is that where he's
so-
at?
I guess so.
I want to go traveling to more like international places just to learn the food. Honestly, I want to learn more about food and learn about like different food than I experience here. Because let's face it, a lot of the like Chinese food here isn't actually Chinese. And a lot of the like Mexican isn't actually Mexican. It's Americanized versions.
This noodle is not half bad. Texture's great.
Ooh.
Really
Honestly, out of airport food, I could probably ask for nothing better. Because usually it's fast food or nothing.
I had today. Sort of a Tom Yum
So,
ball.
like, your best bet is probably like a Subway or a Chick-fil-A. Which I don't
Good chunks of
like
minced
all that
meat.
much.
Nice bouncy fish ball. Not a
So, yeah.
bowl of noodle soup.
This
Oh,
looks
no,
like
that's what I
heaven
was at
compared to
Butler.
most airport foods.
You know, for in an airport lounge.
All right, we're on the plane. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Alright, for entertainment, you can do live TV. Let's see. Oh my god. The whole section for anime. Oh, wow. Wait, okay, that's...
Yo, chat. Yo, let's get on Emirates First Class and watch the entire Love Live Sunshine, the school idol movie over the rainbow. Or Doraemon the movie, Nobita's Treasure. I'm sorry, I get that this is probably for like the general flight. And, you know, having a good selection of movies will probably help if you don't bring like a laptop or an iPad. At the same time, I can't imagine being in first class. I can't imagine being in the first class section of a plane and the fucking stewardess comes by. Like, would you like champagne or, oh, are those anime girls? I can't imagine what that would be like. Oh my god, I can't imagine. Like, My Hero Academia, you can kind of make sense of, but Love Live's gonna be something you might have to explain.
Like, I literally have to reach from one end of the screen to the other because they're so massive. Basically, every single new release.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
The new movie selection isn't much better.
And cry a little bit. Check this out.
Oh god, it has Yesterday. That movie was so bad. Okay, that's just extra. Does the light turn off?
And it's
Of course it does.
little lamp right there, fresh flowers. Also, what is this? Whoa,
What?
in case you want to conduct any business. Hi. Oh,
Oh,
dates and coffee. Oh, cool.
oh, if only I could drink coffee.
Orange peel would be great.
I've never had a date, but from what I've heard of people, I don't want it.
Thank you so much.
But Arabic coffee I've heard is very good. Unfortunately, I cannot drink coffee anymore.
Don't go on them
A, caffeine does not affect me.
Love them.
B, coffee causes anxiety in me, so I don't want it.
I'm flying right now. This is
No, no, no.
This is the B777-300ER, and then.
So Boeing 777, pretty standard model. And fun fact, these are all grounded right now. Yeah. Pretty much, I think this exact model, in fact. All of them are grounded at the moment because the engine manufacturer didn't do enough quality control. And they could just explode. Yeah. So the entire fleet is grounded as they're like investigating. I don't know if they're back in the air yet, but as far as I know, quite recently they were all like grounded. All 777-400s were grounded. If they had like a specific engine, it was like over 200, 300 planes just are not allowed to fly right now. I have to see if that's still the case, but I think these are all grounded.
To Dubai, I'm gonna fly on the 380, then switching back to this aircraft from Dubai to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm really trying to experience this as much as I can.
Oh, 100%. If you're paying for it, experience it as much as you can. If you're already paying that like stupid high price, get your money.
This is the bathroom, so you get, ooh, Vagardi. I mean, is that how you pronounce it?
That's not how you pronounce that.
Towels, toothbrush.
It's probably like super overly fancy and it's like Bagardi,
Alright, it's not a huge bathroom.
but it's got a plant.
You know. Hi.
Do they have to water the plant in the plane?
Little pimple examiner. One thing that's
It's not a
interesting-
pimple examiner, it's a makeup mirror. I know what it's for.
Wonder where they put the luggage. Okay, so you actually just put your. They told me just put your bag there.
Yeah.
That's your luggage storage space. Perfect.
With the amount of space you have, if there's any need for overhead, like what are you bringing? Although that, oh my god, especially for a sleeper flight. Like, I'm sorry, I might be like overly weird about it, but that would be amazing ambiance lighting. Like, I can't sleep with bright lights on, but with those like dim ones, it would remind me so much of like camping, and I'd love it. It's so like dumb in hindsight, but I probably love that feature so much.
This is a 40-minute
All right.
flight, so it's really not much stuff to eat. My choice
Ooh.
is fruits, smoked duck. There's really no choice. It's fruit and smoked duck.
Yeah. I'm sorry, if you have the option for smoked duck, get the smoked duck. Good choice, Chet. Good choice, Mikey Chet. Yo, you get like legit silverware? On the last flight I was on where there was a meal service, I think they just gave us plastic. And it was like in a takeout thing.
Toasty hot burning hot. Just the way I like my rolls.
Bread.
Not bad of a holdover meal. to the
Give
first day.
carb. I need to have dinner after this. I'm so hungry. All these videos. Oh no.
That was a pretty luxurious
I'm gonna have to make sure I don't overdo it on dinner though.
Granted, I don't have a lot of first class experience to
No.
compare that to. Besides the
Oh, I have
one time on
none,
Korean Airlines,
Mikey,
but that
so
was just so
I'm relying
many
on you.
times Better than Korean Airline first class. I mean, that was really.
Well, it's also
a very
Emirates.
luxurious-
Honestly, if we're talking airlines, like Emirates is the extra one. Emirates is the one where it's like, we'll give you a super luxury experience even if you're in economy. Like, they don't mess around. Also, they really want people coming to Dubai. They really want people going to that region. So they make it a super luxury experience, no matter what section you're sitting in. So hearing that their first class is better than Korean Air, which is still a good plane and a good airline, but it's probably nowhere near what Emirates is trying to do.
Experience. It felt like I was on King Midas's private plane. I mean, everything was
Yeah.
gold. It was so, luxurious looking. It's very Dubai,
Yeah.
People were super nice, very attentive. The food was great, and that was only a 50-minute flight. Next one, it's gonna be 8 hours. And
Oh,
like I
God.
said, we get to try out a whole different aircraft. This
Mhm.
is really, really cool because not only is
It's
it
a
private
completely
suite
different
and
setup almost.
configuration is the same as the last flight, but there's a shower. Oh wow, that's beautiful. Look at this.
Again, if you're going on a 30-hour flight, this was probably appreciated. The thought of being naked
Wow,
in a
that's
plane where people
huge
can walk
toilet.
in,
Look at this sumo size
not my
toilet.
favorite.
Clothes dryer, amenities. Wouldn't mind just flying the bathroom this whole time. Probably the only space
mean,
on any aircraft I've
you
ever seen
can
that.
probably rent a room in an Emirates flight that's about the same size as that bathroom.
Same as the last one.
Because if I remember, there's like an Emirates suite where it's basically a small room you're allowed in. Where it's basically the size of like 2 first-class cabins, or 3.
Amenity bag. Alright, this is actually.
That's
super
extra.
exciting.
100%.
Pajamas. Medium size. Slippers.
Uh,
Eye patch. Oh, this tote bag is nice.
I'm not.
Speaking of this.
I'm too tall for medium. Oh, shit.
Excuse me. We have shaving foam. Not applicable. Bovgardi body lotion. Is this a good brand? I'm gonna keep this. Just in case you guys say it is. Body spray.
It sounds fancy. I don't know if it is fancy.
Refreshing towel, dental kit, Kleenex, razor, comb, and lip balm. I'm just gonna keep all this. They give you a really nice tote bag too, so I'm just gonna keep everything in this bag. Ooh, I guess you can take your pajamas home in this later. All right, check this out. So we have chocolate coated licorice. I don't even like.
No. No. Coffee. Can't have. Licorice, especially if it's like black licorice, is no. I couldn't.
Licorice, but I'm gonna keep that. Hand cooked potato chips.
Ooh, that's probably good though.
Sounds good. Ooh, white chocolate, yeah.
Mm,
Nice.
not my
Trail mix
favorite.
popcorn with
He's
caramel
just gonna
sea
raid
salt
this fucking
and
airplane.
vitamin C tablets.
Oh, but yeah, vitamin C is probably really good for a flight, especially a long haul. Because
So let's see what's for.
you can
late
become a
night
little
/
bit
early breakfast. We have
bad.
orange juice, watermelon juice.
All right, so we have wild mushroom and feta omelet with sautéed spinach, tomato relish, and sweet potato and beetroot hash. Not my forte. Gingerbread French toast with raspberry compote, cinnamon poached apple, and lemon curd butter. I might go for that if it were me. There's a heart on here, which probably means something, and juk. Thai-style rice porridge with chicken served with breadstick. Maybe. Yogurt and granola, pretty standard breakfast. I don't think I need to read too much more. Mango is probably a good flavor combo. Breakfast cereal, torch of cornflake or Brook Farm muesli. Don't know what that is. I'd probably go for the gingerbread French toast if it were me. Or maybe, actually, no, I can't get the tomato relish off of the wild mushroom and feta omelet. No, it'd probably be the gingerbread French toast.
Strawberry mint detox. Ooh,
Let's see what he gets.
not a huge option.
No.
Just a breakfast menu. So omelet and French toast.
Yes.
This is so exciting for me. Snacks.
To be fair, though,
I don't want to leave. I just want to sit here with unlimited snacks and drinks. Just keep flying. I don't even care.
I love all the pillows and blankets behind him. If you look like carefully, they're literally using one of the first class cabins to store all the bedding, which I think is kind of funny. Okay, those don't look bad. Oh my god. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes on that French toast. And then you get like an extra like omelet and full on
Omelet looks fluffy. Little potatoes, eggplant.
I don't know about like a beetroot hash with potato. It'd probably be a bit sweet knowing beetroot.
I mean, it's vegetarian, but it tastes good.
Yeah. That's all that really matters.
Now I think of it, the menu was all vegetarian. Kind of wish it was a dish that had a little bit of meat inside, but everything was good. French toast,
Sorry, I had to take a quick drink. That apparently made my model freak out.
I think this with a couple pieces of sausage would have been much better.
Honestly, they give you an entire freaking bakery on the side. That better be enough to fill
The
you.
only thing I would say was that French toast, omelet, there's nothing too unique about the foods being served on Emirates. I mean,
I think unless you get the juk, which sounds like the most unique item on the menu.
I think this is all they have to
But also, if you're talking flavor, I'm sorry.
morning for me.
The gingerbread French toast sounds like the best.
Amazon, I'm gonna go to bed. See you in the morning. See in a few hours. Right by the bathroom, the stairs, there's this little lounge bar area. Fruits, alcohol, chips. What is this? Candy coated chocolate. Oh, M&Ms. Ooh, fancy M&Ms. M&Ms, nuts, popcorn, jelly.
Yo!
Mixed fruits.
Okay, give me the popcorn and the jelly beans.
Oh, sandwiches here too? Huh, interesting. So, I guess when I'm hungry, this is where I'll be.
Yeah.
Bedtime. Good morning. Shower time. Here's the shower, so I get 5 minutes of
Uh-oh.
water.
Mike?
And they said I can stay in the bathroom for about
Mike, be careful of your angles.
much needed.
Oh, they separate the shampoo and conditioner? Nice.
Cool. So they tell you
That'll do wonders for your hair.
when your water's gonna run out. Pretty standard shower. 5 minutes. Alright. You just unpack my scrubby.
Don't film. Go. Honestly, for me though, I spend like
That's
10, like about 7 minutes showering,
mid-flight before.
and then like
That's something you will definitely miss if you ever do it. That horrible
8 minutes enjoying the fact that I have hot water,
that grossness
or trying to get to hot water.
that I've been sitting in a seat occupied by 1,000 butts kind of feeling. All gone. So refreshed.
Yeah.
Have some tea,
Honestly, a shower though could
some
just
fruits.
be the game changer. That's a huge chunk of pineapple. Put some tahini on that. It'll probably be amazing.
14-hour flight ahead of me.
Yeah, honestly though, if you're flying for that long, fruit probably sounds incredible. I remember when I like took a flight around like 16 or 17. It was like 2 or so years after being in this world. I took a flight for the first time I could remember. And mom brought like bananas and all these fruits. And I'm like, why are you bringing all these fruits? And she's like, believe me, you'll want them later. And sure as shit, later, I'm like, you still have those apples? You still have those bananas? I will gladly take them right now. I will gladly consume that at this
Never
moment.
been. Dubai's airport is one of the
Oh, okay. So this Bulgari isn't like a body care brand. It is that like jewelry? Is it like jewelry and they also supply Emirates with like body care products? What?
largest, most crowded airports in the world. It's gonna make you work from one gate to the other. It's a huge workout.
Oh, definitely.
I'm definitely hungry after this.
That's why I hate super big airports, is because getting to the gates is a fucking process.
Wow, that is pretty. Sit by a fountain, so quiet. Nice. Whoa.
Why am I awake? It's only like 9:50 at night. It's not too late.
Oh my god.
And I only have to be up at 7 o'clock, so I could probably be up for a little while longer. I probably have time to like make dinner, eat it, and go to sleep. I'm fine, MGP. Don't worry about me.
Shower rooms, business
Also, you're one to talk.
tons of showers. I don't know where the concentrated food area is though. I mean, there's that Mediterranean. I'm assuming that's just like one genre of the food here.
Yeah, that's about when I'm gonna wake up at my place later tomorrow.
So not only do you get freshly made sushi here, there's
And it's
that
mostly
whole
because I
restaurant.
want to spend time lazing in bed before I have to actually
I
work.
gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Because I'm lazy.
I'm so excited. I had to.
Oh, you're late? Like for work?
Basket.
Okay.
Let's see what's on the menu. All right, so this is where Emirates is hiding out the good
Oh
food.
my goodness,
Wow, this is
MGP,
like
good
a
luck.
restaurant.
Oh,
You can order
fuck.
whatever you want. Oh,
Please get to...
char grilled wagyu burger.
Excuse a fucking me? With Chat, this might be my perfect burger. Like, good meat, quality good meat, caramelized onions, which I think is my favorite burger topping in the world. Caramelized mushrooms and onions are king on a burger. Signature sauce, which is probably going to be your standard, like, Big Mac or burger sauce. Aged cheddar cheese and steak fries. That's like the perfect burger for me, chat. Honestly, I love everything about that.
Burger. Yes, please. Angus tenderloin. Oh my god. All
A
right,
steak?
to do multiple entrees.
And I noticed there's no price, so I'm guessing,
So I
is
got the
this
burger
part of
and
like
the
first
steak. So
class?
there's a reason I picked this
Like
route.
you could just
There was, like,
do
2
this?
routes heading towards Seattle, and one of them had a layover in Dubai that only lasted about, I think, like 40 minutes. This one is the longer one. It's about a 2-hour, 2.5-hour layover. I wish it was still longer, but food on a flight was okay. But this is the treasure trove. We also have this little central food station.
I can tell.
With desserts. Ooh, good looking desserts.
I see raspberry.
Oh,
Raspberry
croissants.
anything is amazing.
Fresh croissants. Oh my god, that looks great.
You'll get some fresh croissants and make yourself a
Fresh back
sandwich.
there.
Hell yeah.
National section. Fresh croissant.
Imagine if the international section was just like, you know, American food. Oh god, that would be so bad.
That too.
Mikey, you're gonna want the burger. Why are you eating carbs?
If I could just fly around the world.
You're the one who taught me save the stomach space at Hot Pot.
This.
Is that like a chocolate filled croissant? Or oh no, that looks like fruit filled, and that's wonderful.
I need like 20 more of these. It's not just chocolate, it's chocolate and jam. And just like flaky pastry.
Ooh, so it's like almost like a Nutella
This
and
pastry reminds me of
jelly.
your girlfriend. Really warm and sweet.
Aw, that's adorable, Mikey. That's adorable.
And flaky, apparently.
A flake.
Oh, this cracker is crazy.
I want a flake.
Fruit and nuts cooked inside this cracker. This
No.
is so good.
I'm actually really happy now that there wasn't all that much food on the plane. It
Mhm.
would have ruined me for this. And I would have been really sad. This
Yeah.
is a beautiful looking burger. Look at that nice bun. I appreciate burgers with great buns. And it's a hefty baby. Look at that. It's massive. That's at least
Feed
a
me.
half-pounder.
Feed,
Look at all
give
that
burger.
juice oozing out of the patty.
Mikey.
Looks like a burger monster.
Give me the
It's like
burger.
it wants to eat me.
Why can't I eat the burger? Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Why can't I eat the burger?
Perfectly cooked.
Looks
Oh,
beautiful.
juice oozing out
Looks
from
beautiful.
every corner.
But I can't eat it.
Alright, it's a little complicated. My steak arrived as soon as my burger got here, so I don't want either one of them to
No.
fade away into
Eat quick.
dryville. So my solution is eat the burger very quickly and go for the steak.
Yeah.
This is a thing of beauty.
That looks amazing. Absolutely incredible.
Will just melt, and this thing does just that.
100%. That looks amazing. Although I'm usually not a fan of like Wagyu in burgers. Oh yeah, the cheese pool's amazing, Tomboy. Like incredible.
I'm really surprised this burger is actually allowed to be served at this airport.
Yeah.
Because
No,
this
I'm
thing is
sorry.
bomb.
That's amazing.
So for that
Like I would expect that at like a
meatless breakfast,
Ramsey restaurant or like 5-star dining.
hopefully you weren't waiting long.
No. Oh, was that mashed potatoes next? Get out of town. Come on. Okay, you might want to be a little more rough with the steak.
Juicy steak. Look at that.
With eating the burger, you probably let it rest enough.
This tenderloin lives up to its name. The extreme beef flavor is just borderline intoxicating.
Wait, hold on. Is that like super fancy, like mustard that's next to it? Or what's
Now it
next to
has a
that?
bit of creamy flavor. That's so juicy, beefy, and creamy, all at the same time. All right, sadly, I have to go catch a flight. Bye, magical menu genie. If you have this and you're sitting where I'm sitting right now, any food wish you want will come true. It's crazy. It's got an arcade room for
He has
kids.
to
You can
leave.
polish your shoes for free. There's a quiet room where you can.
I wouldn't
sleep.
want
Be better
to.
than a Turkish airline lounge.
That food
Turkish
looked
airline
fucking
lounge didn't have a
amazing.
restaurant with a full menu.
Like even compared to the good food we had earlier.
14 more hours.
Like that looked really good. Can't believe he has to go. And another first class cabin. These all start to look the same after a bit. Maybe it's because they are.
So it's a total of about 23
Mike,
hours in the air.
Mike, you might want to put the mic closer.
Feels like it's flying
I can barely hear you, Chen.
by. Huh, sleep oil. Interesting. Hello, Miss.
Where can I buy that?
Over how big this TV screen is.
I'm serious. Where can I buy that? Because so far, the only thing that's made me sleep is basically like
Pre-flight dry thing.
sleepy time tea or Benadryl. Right now, Benadryl's doing the job. In about, 2 months, I'm not going to need it.
Sorry, that's my last joke.
Yeah.
It's really dumb.
I never get sick of doing that. Let's see what's on the menu.
So there's breakfast, dinner, and anytime snacks. And this flight is
So they just skip lunch?
Thanksgiving with the Emirates. Maybe I'll be able to have a turkey after all. So,
Oh.
Anyway, as I was saying, it's dining on demand, which means you can eat whenever you want. Okay, breakfast, omelet,
I might turn this up on my end.
paneer, cereal, appetizers, caviar, beef
Caviar?
beurre, smoked duck, salmon, main course, beef well,
I'm guessing that's not like the
Cajun
uber like expensive caviar.
have that from Turkey. It is Thanksgiving.
Oh, definitely.
Just wouldn't be Thanksgiving without
Although I don't think I've had a Thanksgiving with turkey in a while now.
I don't even like caviar that much, but I just feel like when you're flying first class, if they offer you caviar, you should eat some caviar.
Oh wait, that's behind the seat. Oh, I thought they were using a first class cabin only to store like the bedding.
Tell ya if this is like some supreme quality caviar, I don't know. It tastes pretty good to me. It's nice, light and briny. It's not overly fishy or too
Yeah.
funky. It's got a nice light oceany flavor to it.
Honestly, then it's probably good caviar. Bad caviar is where you get like this, the
Thanksgiving on a plate.
the taste of ocean water.
There's my stuffing, my roast turkey, cranberry sauce.
I don't know about that stuffing, but the rest of it,
Cheesy
yeah.
green beans, potatoes.
Ooh.
Looks halfway decent.
Yeah, honestly. For like
That's always
airplane
good.
food, which has been the butt of jokes for
It's
years.
not gonna be good. I actually
No.
think I make one of the best spicy turkeys in the world. I think I do. Our good friend
Inflate your
over
ego,
there-
Mikey. You deserve it.
That's a delicious bird. It's pretty juicy for airplane turkey.
Yeah.
Good morning. About 3 hours till we land. Let's see what else there to eat. Steak sandwich, clam chowder.
Ooh. I think I wouldn't pass up. Okay, yeah, there's that, but I'd also not pass up clam chowder. It's too good. It's a guilty pleasure favorite. I love clam chowder.
Our meal begins with a basket of bread. Fingers so amazingly toasty.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on with that sound.
Either at a fancy restaurant or
That's some crusty bread.
into the bread basket.
That's that kind of crusty, like almost sourdough that I need in my life. Is he gonna get all of it? Is he gonna just get the clam chowder as well because he can? Although a good steak sandwich would probably do him in. Like that would probably like fill me up.
But as a good piece of steak, I mean, it's not gonna be like juicy,
No.
medium or something. But
But you don't expect that for like a sandwich steak. You just expect flavorful. I don't think you're expecting like fucking filet mignon. You're expecting just a good flavorful hunk of steak. He did get the clam chowder. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good, chat. Oh my god. That looks amazing.
this is awesome clam chowder.
I love me some clam chowder.
It tastes more like a bacon potato chowder than clam chowder, but
Yeah. Well, to be fair, if you're not on like a coast, it's hard to get that like really fresh seafood flavor.
It is Black Friday. Obviously, I buy a lot of stuff on Amazon. Pizza. And when you're gone for so long, like, kind of
Oh my
forget what
God.
you bought.
See, I'm not that kind of person when I travel.
Personal Christmas order for me.
Oh,
The
shysta.
microphone from my camera.
I'm the kind of person where like if I'm traveling in any capacity, even if it's not like out of state, I'm the kind of person who like will not purchase anything that will show up during that time. Because I'm paranoid that even like a package left out on the front porch will be something where someone goes like, "Oh, no one's home. That package has been there for a few hours." And then all of a sudden I don't have a TV, I'm out 3 monitors, and probably my PC. Yeah. No. Not risking it. That package can wait. Whatever the hell it is can wait until after I'm done with vacation. I will even buy it during my vacation if I know it will come the day I arrive. Because I would much rather be there when the package arrives than not. Oh! Moon! Oh no. Moon, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, I think we have to go one more video now. Thank you so much for the raid though, Moon. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? How did everything go? Moon raid! Insert raid message here. Let me shout you out real quick. Oh, you drew! Awesome! Oh, I freaking love your art, so I bet it was wonderful. Yep, there's Ancient Moon's Twitch channel. If you like some amazing looking art. Like, when I first saw Moon's art, I was just like, how the hell does a human do that? I literally, I'm the kind of person who hypes up artists, but Moon, I'm being honest here, amazing art. If you want to check him out, do it. you won't be disappointed.
Little stand finally for my little stand.
Let's quickly do this
Plate. Let's talk about the flight.
and then get one more video in.
Usually you don't get to fly.
I was actually about to end, but I think we're gonna do like a few more
Kind of a roundabout way to get home.
now that you're
This
here.
trip, of course, I flew Emirates Suites. It allowed me to fly on 2 different types of aircraft.
Yeah.
And it allowed me
You
to stay
literally
on
missed by a
enough
couple
to travel
seconds
in
this
first class.
dude
Wow,
going on
before
Emirates
we
first
get
class on like 3
into
separate
giving you
planes.
guys a full
Of
detail.
course I am. He
So,
is
the
amazing.
difference between the Airbus and the Boeing is that the
I
shell,
love his
which is
videos,
such a difference
honestly.
maker. So, if you have
Because
a
I
choice,
can't
I
travel
would
internationally
100%
all the
choose
time,
Airbus over the
so I live
Boeing.
vicariously through Mikey
Shower
Chen.
at the end of your flight, especially when you're about to connect for 14 more hours in
We
the air,
also watched a channel called Guga Foods, which is like a Brazilian dude who just does meat super well, and a couple other videos. We watched like a $2,500 pasta made out of a whole wheel of Parmesan.
It's just a huge difference maker. Like I felt really refreshed. Food. I feel like
Yeah,
the
let's
first
do
2
it.
leg of the trip, the food was pretty mediocre. I mean, it was good, but ordinary.
Yeah,
But the
we
last
watched a
two
lot in the
dinners,
last couple of
sandwiches,
hours.
They definitely kicked it up a notch. So the food on a long haul trip is very, very good. On a medium to short length trip, it's just
Also, during this video, I literally cried when looking at a burger because Mikey Chen had to leave instead of ordering a second one because it looked too good. It was like Wagyu meat, caramelized onions, really good cheddar, and like this burger sauce that looked amazing. And then he had to leave. And I felt bad for him because he had to leave it.
okay. The service was amazing, very courteous people, super friendly. But if I had to compare it to the Asian carriers like your ANAs or your Singapore Airlines or
Korean Air.
JAL, even the Korean carriers, just a tad not as good. But overall, fantastic.
Yeah.
The lounge was a thing of beauty, especially if you're layover in Dubai. That's their headquarters. So obviously that lounge had to be the best. And it was
Don't
just
disagree.
remarkable. So
And normally, if I see a restaurant with a Wagyu burger, I think it's a waste. But this one looked pretty good. I don't disagree with you, Moo. And if I see it at a normal restaurant, I'm usually of the opinion of like, you could have just bought American or local product that's way better for a burger patty than, you know, an expensive ass meat. And yeah, you also control the fat percentage a lot more because Wagyu is very fatty. Especially if you get premium Wagyu, then it's basically mostly fat. It's little meat, it's mostly fat, but that's where the flavor is. So in a steak, it works. In a burger grind, not so much.
much food, so many things.
Also, here in the US, Wagyu and Kobe mean nothing.
If you give me that lounge,
It literally means nothing.
happy. But overall, this
It
has
doesn't
been the best
go into USDA. You can literally call any meat Wagyu
drink elevator
without
at your disposal.
any
In the
ramifications.
lounge where you can get soda or water or drinks.
Because Wagyu
Snacks
isn't a
is
designation.
always there. There's tons of snacks. I mean, just so many different
Yeah.
kinds. Like when you arrive on your seat, there's a snack bag.
So there is American Wagyu, which doesn't make sense because Wagyu is Japanese
There's
cattle.
other snacks on the menu.
It's not the
tons
same.
of different varieties of things to put in your mouth and to drink. The seats incredibly comfortable. The bed, the privacy of the suites. It just in total
At the same time,
otherworldly experience.
I'm
Anyway,
6'1".
guys,
That
that's
kind
my
of legroom in a
opinion
plane
this
would be
first class
amazing.
suites. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I need to go to bed
Yeah,
again, because even though I've been sleeping the entire
but if you're
flight,
thinking
about
Wagyu,
3 a.m.
you're not usually thinking like raised like an American cow.
Even though I came home and I was like,
You think of those like
I was all ambitious.
Uber, like those stories where it's like it's fed wine, it's massaged every day, it doesn't walk more than a certain distance to get that really fat. You don't get that in the US. No. Yeah. You're not going to get an A5 product out of the US. There probably is a specialty grower trying, but I don't think they'd reach A5 quality. Let's see. Let's do one more. Oh. Let's go for some Las Vegas stuff. Let's go for this.
I'm in the zone now.
You know that chef thought that looked badass. Chat. Chat. It's my favorite. It's bone marrow. That's my favorite. Chat is hungry. I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. I had a snack before stream because I knew I'd be watching a ton of food videos, but I haven't had dinner yet. I don't know why. I'm super anal about eating on stream. I just don't like doing it. It's a personal thing. I don't mind if other people do it. I just can't do it. Hell, one of my challenges during the subathon was eating a chip on stream because it's something I don't do. And I don't like doing. So I made that as a challenge to like actually get food during my 10 hours.
The plan is really simple. Check in and head to a buffet
Mm-hmm.
as soon as possible. Luckily,
Yes.
the buffet I want to go to is right downstairs.
Welcome to beautiful, overly expensive, and underquality Las Vegas. Oh, he's at the Cosmo.
All right, like I said,
Okay.
Let's not waste any time.
No.
I'm starving, and I'm here at this hotel for the Wicked Spoon Buffet. This is one of the most popular
Okay.
buffets in Las Vegas, and as many times as I've been in Vegas, I've never been there. So I'm gonna go try it out. Let you guys know what I think.
Honestly, the branding's on point. It looks good.
On a Saturday, so this is the best they got right now.
I love how he goes into this buffet that's like supposed to be super uber fancy, and the first thing he sees is like a child jumping on a chair. Like, they serve lobster and crab here, and there's a child jumping on a chair. All right, I kind of want to see the different they have a whole ass crawfish boil. That is a whole crawfish boil. And that looked too good, chat. That looked too good. Oh, and it looks like they have beef pho. Okay.
Overall impression upon first look, little mixed feelings.
Yeah,
Try it out.
I kind of would agree. There were some of those that looked at and it's like, oh my god, that's amazing. And then others where, yeah, the takeout containers, where I was very confused.
I got some chili duck wings, some spicy little neck clams, a couple different types of pasta, and
Okay.
probably the driest piece
Yeah,
of
that.
crusted salmon I've ever seen. I mean, that thing looks like Vegas. Just a
I know.
But I am
To be
not
fair,
really
this is
starving.
probably not the most common scenario you
Pineapple
see.
juice, which fruit juices do come for free at most of these buffets.
Notice how
Trust me,
this
ask
man
him-
is on a mission.
Ask him to mix in some sparkling water with it.
Yeah.
Pineapple juice soda.
This man's on a mission. You see how fast he's trying to get through this because he knows he has a time limit. I am the same way at like Korean barbecue places with time limits where it's like all you can eat in 90 minutes or stuff like that. Where it's like you have a time. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to speed run eating this food and cooking it. Also, look at that sauce, dude. You know that looked good coming off, but like it's been under that heat lamp for way too long. That is dry.
Okay, you know what? This thing might not be as dry as I thought.
The sauce is
Oh,
dead.
yeah. No idea what that used to be.
That was probably like a pea sauce. It's like sweet pea
You know what?
to go with the.
Surprisingly, pretty darn good. Nice and juicy salmon, a little bit of sour cream. Maybe I'm just hungry, but
Yeah, you're
not
hungry.
bad. I don't know if
Guaranteed.
it's
That
the
does not look
flavor,
good.
Spices on this, but fish is cooked well. Normally, you don't get pasta at buffets, but
No.
this does look good.
No carbs.
Pasta's definitely good. You can taste that they actually make this here. Nice fresh
Yeah.
pasta.
But it's all like similar
Pretty
pasta
good
shapes
pasta with
almost.
new sauce. Gotta say, this pasta is really top notch. Creamy, spicy.
It doesn't look
nice
too bad
yellow
though.
Tomato flavor. I just knocked that out. Like I would a bowl of duck
Okay.
wing. In general, I love duck way more than chicken.
Duck is delicious, I will say, but I can't imagine duck under a heat lamp.
Because this tastes wicked good. Crispy, slightly sweet, nice
Okay.
flavor. How many doubts about this? This was sitting in a big serving tray. Since I got into the restaurant, I didn't see anybody else touch it. The words chili and duck caught my attention. And
Yeah.
I'm glad it did.
Honestly, no. Now that I see it, it doesn't look half bad. I just always worry about things under a heat lamp.
That goes perfect with rice. That sauce, in Chinese we say, it's very sharp up. Means it pairs great with rice. And that definitely would have. Spicy, a lot of great deep umami flavor.
Oh yeah, because the rice is gonna cut it.
Roast pork, just okay, but
Yeah.
so far, pretty good first impression.
Well, it's been sitting under a heat lamp for God knows how long.
Dry looking, but if this plate was a first date, there'd definitely be a second. Really don't recommend getting pho at buffets, but whenever I see the word pho appear anywhere, I want it.
Oh, you get to do it.
So we don't have the typical pho noodles, just some thin rice noodles.
Yeah, no, that ain't thick. Also, until I see some meat get in there, that's kind of a very basic. Yeah. Honestly, I might be spoiled, but I usually have like 2 or 3 different types of meat in mind.
For a buffet? That's pretty fantastic for a buffet.
All right, so those are like samosas or something like that. And like a roast chicken section. Some roast beef. Also, unless the carvery is busy, you're not going to have good quality meat. Guaranteed.
This is the meat part of the lineup.
So the previous one wasn't the meat part?
Jerk chicken is roasted, freshly
Jerk
roasted.
chicken, yo, okay.
Roasted lamb looks nice and juicy. This is a top steak. Prime rib looks a little overcooked.
Yeah.
And dry.
That's
We'll see,
overcooked.
but the bone marrow, that's the star of the show here. Whew.
I love bone marrow so much.
Oh yeah, baby.
If you've never had bone marrow, do it once in your life.
Prettiest thing is.
It is butter. It is delicious.
That's so perfect. Bone marrow is one of those things. You can have the worst day ever. Bone marrow will make you feel better. And the only
Yes.
thing better than bone marrow
Is more bone marrow.
is all you can eat bone marrow.
Yes.
Oh my god. Best thing I had so far. Just meaty butter.
And it's so flavorful. It's so good. I highly recommend bone marrow.
Jerk chicken's okay. I mean, anything following that bone marrow is just kind of unfair. I'm not
True.
so
You should
high
have
on
eaten
this
that last.
prime rib.
Actually, no. It would have gotten
That's
cold.
definitely on the dry side. I mean, you can have back pieces. That's just a dry
You should have done the bone marrow on its own.
Especially outside. The fattier parts of the beef. That's actually pretty tender. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not juicy, but it is tender.
Yeah, it looked kind of gnarly.
This top steak, that's pretty darn good. It's definitely dry aged. You can 100% taste the age in this meat, and it is tender.
Also, it's got a fat cap like no one gets.
The lamb is okay. That's probably my least favorite cut of meat out here, but in general,
Yeah.
the meat's very flavorful. I love the dry aged.
Again, if a carvery's not busy and not constantly bringing stuff out, it's gonna be dry.
Buffet to have that, not bad. This thing just came out, little samosa. This thing is definitely a little doughy for me. Potatoes good.
Yeah.
Man, look at that thick dough on each side. If you were to
Oh,
serve a
100.
samosa in
That's
a steam,
undercooked.
I guarantee you nobody would hear you.
Mac and cheese bar? Okay, that's extra. That is so extra. It's probably delicious though, but it's so extra.
There's a mac and cheese bar. Can't say no to that.
And it's fresh, which in a buffet is probably preferred.
And that is really heavy. Only complaint.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really liquidy. I got some mushrooms, some spinach, some short rib. Oh, this is great though. I love the heat from this dish, and because of that, you're not gonna feel like it's like.
Honestly, that would probably be pretty good in a buffet where everything's been sitting under a heat lamp.
Shrimp and grits.
I've never had like traditional shrimp and grits before.
Shrimp and grits. Anytime I see them on the
I need to go to the south and try it, because here in Cali, like, it doesn't taste good.
and a carnita taco. This came back from Mexico, so I don't feel like
Were you just kind of lurking in the side, Gattin Noob? That's all right, man. Lurkers are always welcome.
rolling here.
Have a good one, Gattin Noob.
Definitely need to satisfy my taco cravings since I've been back.
Mm.
That's pretty darn awesome. All sorts of juiciness from this taco.
That's all cool. That's all cool.
We definitely gotta wait till they come out with like a new batch, which this is. Nice job on that. Let's go see what kind of seafood they have.
For seafood, they have this big crawfish boil.
Yeah.
Okay. Like a giant pile of seafood, crawfish.
I hope you can make it to the next stream. It should be Thursday, I believe.
All they have is that crawfish boil, and this is the poor little crawfish that they give you. I kind of supplemented with some surf and turf or bone marrow, which is by far the best thing on this whole buffet.
Yeah.
The Dungeness crab is probably the best thing on that seafood pile.
Well, it's hard to screw up Dungeness crab.
You know that
Will do.
break I always take.
Will do, Gat Noob.
Kind of can't use that strategy here.
No.
Bone marrow to save the day. Look at this big one.
I'm glad. I'm really glad.
They really should give the bone marrow like its own little buffet stand.
Yeah.
This is 100% the star of this entire place. All right, I feel like I ate everything there is to eat up there. Dessert time.
All right. Desserts are usually the places where a ton of buffets just don't care. Because they are under the impression of by the time you're done eating like 13 courses of meat, you're not going to want dessert.
Ice cream, got Thai tea and pistachio, bourbon,
Excuse me?
bread pudding, lava.
Mikey Chen, I need to hear those words one more time.
All right, 2 plates of desserts. Dessert here actually looks quite good. Some ice cream, got Thai tea and pistachio.
If anyone in chat knows, where the hell can I get Thai tea ice cream? Because I need that in my life. Oh my god, I am obsessed with Thai tea. Like, anytime I go to a boba shop, if they have Thai tea on the menu, it is getting ordered. 100%. I like it more than I like the brown sugar boba. 100% of the time. So if I can find a place around me that sells this, I might eat ice cream again. Honestly, that sounds incredible.
Bourbon, bread pudding, lava cake,
Okay, that's going to be bomb too.
Some kind of matcha cake.
That doesn't look matcha.
This looks promising.
It does. Oh, get out of town. That looks so good.
Real passion fruit, crispy out of
Yes.
overly sweet.
And this is going to be amazing as well.
I adore bread pudding. Take the bread pudding, mix it with
Yes.
some,
Oh
ice
my
cream.
god. Yep.
Not
Especially
bad.
with pistachio. Pistachio and bourbon just work well.
Flavor. This is that little matcha cake.
For matcha, that's not really that green. Is it like a different form of matcha? Because most of the matcha desserts I know around here are that kind of like lightish green. And they make sure you see it. Like it's either powdered over the top as a garnish, or it's like the entire thing is that light green color. So I don't know if there's going to be much matcha flavor in that.
You taste some matcha, you taste some yuzu. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm betting.
This lava cake, it's swallowing my spoon.
Mike, just put the camera down for a second. That's going to be okay as well.
Lava cake is okay. It's probably the least lava.
I want to hear you talk about this Thai tea ice cream.
It's a good buffet.
I need to hear about it. Ah.
Apart from the top sirloin were a little dry, but the flavor was good. The duck wings, the shrimp and grits, even the pho noodles.
Talk about the
flavor
Thai
was
tea
on
ice
point.
cream.
Best thing on the buffet, like I mentioned, not a surprise.
Talk about it.
MVP of the entire place goes to the bone marrow for sure. The bone marrow pretty much makes this entire experience worth it.
Talk
As you can
about
see,
the ice cream.
Seafood is pretty much non-existent, so if you're a seafood lover, you want to get a lot of crab, a lot of shrimp, this is probably not the place for you. Price point wise, it is definitely cheaper than the Bacchanal, but it is quite a bit smaller with less selection. So in terms of meat, I give this place a 4 out of 5. In terms of seafood, of course,
Okay.
maybe like a 2 out of 5.
Yeah, no, the seafood here was kind of terrible.
Give it a 3.5.
It's hard to screw up Dungeness, but
3.5 stars out of 5.
I was kind of surprised when they had a whole crawfish boil at a buffet.
Bone marrow, you're gonna feel really, really happy. It's a pretty good buffet.
It's
for
probably
you.
not going to be great.
Oh, one more thing about this place I absolutely love is the staff. Everyone's just incredibly friendly, from the servers to the managers to the chefs, nicest people. Now, overall, I don't think this place is as good as the Bacchanal buffet, but Haven't been there in 4 years, so I feel like I need to refresh my memory a little bit.
AKA, I really want an opportunity to go do that again. Is that allowed on YouTube?
Last time I was at this buffet over 3 years ago.
I think this is going to get age restricted.
Dinner just started already. Massive line.
Yo, they have the introvert counters where I don't have to talk to people.
People have been messaging me telling me this place went downhill a bit. So I'm going to check it
Really?
out, give you guys an honest review. And we'll compare this to the Wicked Spoon.
I don't
saw
know.
a dinosaur being carved up over there, so let's hit up. First of all, this place is way bigger than the Wicked Spoon.
Yeah, oh, come the fuck on. That already looks better. That pork belly looked amazing. And, like, legit fried rice. Yo, give me that thumbnail. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, look at this. Pretty sure they brought a dinosaur over and they cut it open.
It looks like it. It really does. Oh, wait.
Right, from what I've seen,
Is that Dungeness or is that stone crab?
might even have gotten better. Let's taste the food.
Because that almost looks like a stone crab claw. If I'm remembering my species of seafood correctly.
First place, I got some roasted pig skewers, drunken noodle, short rib ravioli.
Oh my god.
Watermelon
Drunken
salad.
noodles is an amazing tasting Thai dish.
Over mashed potato. Oh my good lord.
Oh,
I don't
come
even
on.
wanna talk loud because this thing is so fragile. I don't want to hurt its feelings. I mean, all the sections look good, and the roast pig looks really juicy. Nice crispy shell.
Oh, 100%. Especially with pork belly. If it's crispy,
Holy
like,
mackerel.
amazing.
Short rib. I don't even know where the meat ends.
Yes, he was just at the Wicked Spoon. Oh, wait, wrong thing. He was just at the Wicked Spoon. Now he's at the Bacano in Caesar's Palace. So basically, he said that the meat was good. The meat was great. The seafood was terrible, and the desserts are okay. And he's now at the Bacano, which he liked before. Oh, your family had a bad time there.
Beautifully juicy porky meat. So far, it's like this place knew I was coming back.
Yeah.
It's like made a welcoming meal for me. And again, I
He
don't have
basically
to eat
said the
noodles
bone marrow
because
redeemed
they're
everything.
Drunken noodles, like, it's my favorite Thai noodle.
I still like the traditional like pad Thai, but yeah.
Actually, that's pretty good. I mean, the noodle, I think.
Ah, thank you so much, Emperor. Glad you were able to drop by.
It's unmistakable.
Yeah. Drunken noodles is super spicy, like to most people, but for me, it's like perfect. I love it. We waited 2 hours and the food was poop. Yeah, I think he came to about the same conclusion.
Salad with some chilies on top. Sweet, spicy, salty, almost everything I had. Amazingly delicious, especially that.
Yeah, I think the ending of this video is basically like, go to the Bacano.
Oh my god. They got bone marrow here as well. The one thing I really loved at the Wicked Spoon, they have here as well.
Bone. Oh, that rib though. Oh no. Oh no. That rib's gonna be dry as hell and terrible.
About the pork, except for the beef bone marrow.
That's
not about the pork.
No.
At all. That's beef. This is a popular Mexican soup. I first had this in Mexico just like a couple
Pozole?
weeks ago. From the big roast pig, I got some ribs. Like
No.
I feel like this is gonna be really thin, but
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be very flavorful because of the meat right off the bones. And I got the couple orders of the bone marrow. Look at this baby. Give you the cracker, little pickled onions. Oh my god.
Oh, they don't just give you bone marrow. They give you a whole meal, and also that pozole looks pretty good.
Pozole is awesome. Didn't have pozole before.
Yeah.
A little lime here.
Pozole is basically a comfort soup for, I think, a lot of people. It's basically the thing you eat when, like, you're sick or you feel terrible. You eat pozole.
So good. It's good here too. That's some slow roasted.
I will also add adobo to the list of really good comfort soups. Or, like, stews.
Alright. This is not so great. Unless
No.
you're eating that thing within the first, like, 10 minutes, it's coming off the fire. Its meat is going to be dry.
That's why I think people overhype buffets a ton, where it's like, you can get all these exclusive foods, but you're getting, like, the worst version of it. Except for bone marrow. Bone marrow is hard to screw up. It's really good. It's so good.
If you're wandering around the world, you don't know what you're searching for in life, kind of lost. Yeah, you're looking for this. You're looking for some good bone marrow. It's one of those food items that fall in love with over and over and over again.
Oh,
They did
my
something
goodness,
really
yes.
smart here. Not only is the bone marrow
Yeah, that's like a
perfect,
full,
they got
like,
these little sauteed
flavor
onions
pairing
in it,
as
this
well.
of
Where
delicious
Wicked Spoon was
so
just
it makes
only the bone
that
marrow
even
and like some
better,
crusty bread.
even tastier. The best thing I liked about the Wicked Spoon was the bone marrow, and Bacchanal also has the bone marrow, and they made
And
it
it's better.
Not looking so good for the Wicked Spoon right now in terms
No.
of head-to-head competition. Ray was with me at the Wicked Spoon. Hey, buddy. Hey. So this is better. This was our favorite thing at the Wicked Spoon was the bone marrow. I'm sorry, Wicked Spoon. It just I gotta tell you the way it is.
Yeah,
It's
I think
not
next
great.
time you go to Vegas, DL Tomboy, you might want to go to this one, apparently.
In this place,
Uh,
it cooks
oh,
crispy.
come the
I mean, it's not as
fuck
sweaty
on.
as the ones I got in Texas, but this thing cut like butter with my fork.
Yeah, that's
This is
nothing
special
compared to
Wagyu.
like
You can see how
true
the
Texas
barbecue
barbecue, but
goes through
like
the meats. Now, of course, this is American Wagyu.
that's damn good. Yeah. Exactly what I was saying earlier. There is American Wagyu, which is a similar breed, but it's not going to be the same quality as like A5 Kobe.
Good. It's falling apart juicy, nice and charred. Great
Also,
flavor. I gotta
actually,
tell I mean,
you know
not
what?
just in
I'd
Texas.
understand like using the
This is
entire
still
cow
a bit
Wagyu
weak.
brisket. I'm not mad about.
For a buffet, this is some top-notch stuff. They're smoky, juicy, remarkably tender.
You know it's good when he has to
That
like
Wagyu's
slap his
awesome.
leg.
It's not gonna melt in your mouth like a Japanese Wagyu will.
No.
But this thing's got some juice. This thing would
Yeah.
fail any sports drug enforcement test because it's that juiced up. I mean, I've had
You
American
had to
Wagyu.
explain that joke so much.
It was awesome. And a lot of people message me and saying this place quality has dropped. At least from what
Where?
I've seen today, I think it got better. I mean, the
Yeah,
additions of
that
new
looks.
food items
You know what? For
are
a
amazing.
buffet where my
Yeah,
expectations
I
are
still think it's
low,
the #1 buffet in
like,
Vegas. All right,
that
seafood
doesn't look
over there,
bad.
So seafood, I'm gonna get some seafood.
Mikey. Oh, that's the like that's the shrimp I was talking about earlier, I think. The like mantis or pissing shrimp or whatever it's called.
That's some good river prawn. I mean, I get like
River
seafood,
prawn.
Nothing is gonna be fresh. 'cause
What is that thing I'm thinking
water,
of? There's like a
everything must be frozen,
specific
but
type
still,
of shrimp
not
that's
bad.
apparently
You know,
really,
what's
really
good about
flavorful
seafood?
that I want to
You know what?
try.
just
I just
noticed
don't know
one
what the
thing.
hell it looks
They'll
like.
Boil whatever seafood you want them to boil. So there's like a big boiling tank over there. They will heat your seafood up. Also,
Oh,
like
that's
fried ribs,
amazing.
You want them cooking for you? They'll do that as well. This buffet is very customizable. Snow crab's pretty
That's
good. And lobster
great.
claws.
Because the thing I hate the most about buffet is that everything's left out on that table for God knows how long. So by the end of it, you're like left with a dried out hunk of whatever the hell was delicious.
This is really good. Creamy
So
and
heating it up
yeah,
fresh, I will
coffee
always take.
jelly thing has like a golden coffee bean on top of it.
So it's like a coffee jelly almost.
Oh, that's good stuff. It's like a coffee jelly pudding. I don't even like coffee. I love that.
Oh, I remember there was this anime where one character was obsessed with coffee jelly.
You know what? That lychee raspberry jelly thing, I have no idea what it is. It tastes like a mix between a
That
jelly and a
sounds
jam.
incredible.
It's not bad. At this point, I've been to pretty much every single Las Vegas buffet. The most popular one after this is the Wicked Spoon. I've been to the Wynn a few times, not even close to the Bacchanal. This is still the king of all buffets in Las Vegas, 100%. This buffet, $64. Wicked Spoon was $49, so you're paying $15 more for
That's
a much superior buffet. And I'm not trying to pick on the
for
Wicked
that
Spoon.
much
It's just
food
the one I'm happening to compare
for an
it
experience
to
in
the Bacchanal too.
Vegas.
And I'm gonna still make my way through some of the
I
other
can
buffets,
justify
like
it.
the Bellagio was one of my favorites as well. I'll go try that too. But yeah, guys, if you're in Vegas, this is where you go. Here, tons of selection. Most of the stuff they have, very, very good. Especially
That
the bone
looks-
marrow,
oh,
the
yeah.
short rib, the carving station, the brisket. The
Honestly, I will
Wagyu,
always
the
say
good
if a
love and the
carvery
desserts here, and
is
that's why this
busy,
place always has
it's a
lunch.
good
It
thing.
is 100%
because then that meat's
amazing,
slinging, it's
amazing
fast,
buffet.
it's fresh,
Funny
it's
as
hot,
hell.
it's
If you look
wonderful.
back in my videos,
If
the
a carvery
Bacchanal
is not
breakfast
busy,
buffet from like
it is
4
the
or 5 years
worst
ago. It
version
was
of that
like
meat you
my
can get.
first ever on-screen food video. It was a long, long time ago.
All right. I think it is time, chat, that we bid adieu for today. I really enjoyed watching this with you and kind of, you know, just relaxing to start our week. But I still need to have dinner and I should be asleep in half an hour, but let's face it, I won't. I'll probably be a little bit longer than that. So I'm going to send you off to someone who I think is really good. I just need to find out whom. I rated Echo recently. You know what? Let's... I think I'm gonna send you to somebody... Yeah, I think I know who we're gonna raid into. I think I know who we're going to. Yeah. We're gonna raid into Error Exella, who is a wonderful, wonderful VTuber. I love their stuff. For those of you who are new here, from either Moon's raid or Dear Yashika's raid earlier, I'm gonna put my socials down in the bottom here. So Twitter is where I talk a lot and kind of just talk about my day and how everything's going, or just post stupid memes like yesterday's goodnight thing where I said to follow me here or on Twitter or I'd steal your left shoe through the voice of Obama. Check that out if you want to. The Discord is where I try and chat daily. Oh, did you just get here, Remy? God. I'm sorry, Remy. It's late here and I need dinner. We're gonna hit Error Excello with the Butler raid. I'm sorry, Remy. It's like 10:30 here. It's gonna look like this on the other side. Thank you all so much for sticking around and watching. I'm going to grab some... Oh, I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Remy. But, oh, I'm sorry. Good night, though. Have a good one. I have to get going because the raid's about to start. Butler out. Bye, guys.